My next-door neighbor is the sexy variety show queen. The programmer Jian, who unexpectedly died of sudden cardiac arrest, was transported to a parallel world and became the heir of a demolished household. To make things worse, his old father set him up to join a romance variety show. Do I really have to go? They say the left eye twitching brings wealth, while the right eye twitching signals disaster. Opening his eyes, Jian knew there was no good news in sight. Just now, his so-called father in this life, who had a little money thanks to early demolition compensation, insisted that he join a dating show. The reason? Jian was already 25 yet had never even held a girl's hand. This, according to his father, was an embarrassment to the great genes of the Jian family. Jian's father wasn't exactly wrong. Compared to his ordinary past life, this time around, Jian had a face that would be a shame not to put in the entertainment industry. But that was no excuse for him to go on a dating show, so he refused without a second thought. Sure, but then you won't have any money. Jian Kang, his so-called father, took a slow sip of his Tiegwanian tea before casually dropping this fatal line. He wasn't sure why his son had suddenly become obsessed with money, but it made him ridiculously easy to control. Based on recent observations, money seemed to matter more to Jian than anything else. Sure enough. As soon as he heard those words, Jian's expression changed instantly, and his tone turned stiff. I mean, it's not completely out of the question. As the saying goes, turning down money is for fools. He could just walk through the motions for the paycheck. After all, his only goal in this life was making money. Dating was not on the agenda. Besides, as long as he kept a low profile, he could simply claim that no one was interested in him by the end of the show. That way, he'd get the money and stay single, a perfect win-win. Having figured out his strategy, Jian grinned. Don't worry, I won't disgrace the Jian family's name. Jian Kang nodded in satisfaction, pulled out the contract, and after Jian signed it, immediately shooed him away. If you don't bring home a wife, forget about the apartment at Jiangjingyuan Yuan. With that, he slammed the door shut, ignoring his son's resentful gaze. On their way back to Jiangjingyuan Yuan, Jian skimmed through the contract. The show he was about to join wasn't a traditional matchmaking program. It was called Heartfelt Lovers, a hybrid of live streaming and pre-recorded content. The show featured 6 guests, 3 men and 3 women, all of whom, except Jian, were entertainers from the entertainment industry. Seeing the words, entertainment industry, Jian was dumbfounded. How did a random guy like him, a mere heir to a demolished estate, end up in this lineup? Just as he was about to message his dad for an explanation, his eyes landed on the director's name, one that looked annoyingly familiar. Jiang Cheng. His dad's sworn brother. The two had practically grown up wearing the same pair of pants, as they liked to say. Jian massaged his temples, recalling every encounter with Jiang Cheng and the approving look the man always gave him. He finally understood. This was all premeditated. And worst of all, he had no way to refuse. With a sigh, he tossed the rest of the contract aside. He had already read the show's tagline, relive the feeling of falling in love and find the one destined for you. Yeah, right. He didn't know about love, but he did know that reality shows had scripts. He had seen enough in his past life to know how these things worked. Besides, what sane adult would risk heartbreak in exchange for fleeting romance? That was just asking for trouble. Luckily, the show didn't start for another 3 days, so he had time to figure out how to blend into the background. Arriving at his apartment complex, Jian paid the taxi fare and strode in, his contract tucked under his arm. Before long, he spotted a figure ahead, someone wearing a cap and a mask, fully covered up. The person was lugging a large bag with one hand while struggling to push a suitcase with the other. Being a good Samaritan, Jian quickly stepped forward. Need a hand? The sudden voice startled Yang Huan, making her tense up immediately. She turned her head to see a stranger. After a brief hesitation, she relaxed slightly. Lately, she had been so on edge from dealing with reporters and haters that she was getting paranoid. Thanks, but no need, she said quickly, lowering her head and walking faster. Behind her, Jian rubbed his nose, watching her retreating figure. Did he look that scary? Why did she bolt at the sight of him? But judging by her direction, she seemed to be heading to the same building as him. Since a girl's walking speed was naturally slower than a guy's, especially when she was carrying so much stuff, it took less than a minute for them to cross paths again. Seeing her panting slightly, Jian didn't bother asking this time. He simply reached over and grabbed her heavy bag. He had already noticed earlier that the bag weighed more than the suitcase. That's why he chose to carry it instead. Relax, I'm not a bad guy, he explained calmly. And since we live in the same building, it's just a small favor. Yang Huan hesitated, then murmured, thanks. The two entered the elevator in silence. Jian pressed the button for the 21st floor and turned to her. Which floor? Yang Huan, 21. So you're the new neighbor. She tugged her cap down lower and stayed quiet. Jian shrugged, unfazed. When they reached their floor, he handed her bag back and headed toward his apartment. Just as he was about to enter, a soft voice called out from behind him. Thanks for today. Hearing thank you for the third time in under 30 minutes was refreshing. Jian chuckled. Being helpful is a virtue. But you really do like saying thanks a lot. I'm just used to it. Yang Huan thought to herself, watching him disappear into his apartment before she entered her own. As soon as she closed the door, she finally removed her cap and mask, revealing a delicate face. Her phone rang. How I wish to see you again, even if just for a fleeting glance. Seeing the caller ID, exhaustion flickered across her face. She swiftly declined the call and powered off her phone. She really wasn't in the mood to argue with her manager not on the first day in her new home. On the sofa, Jian scrolled through Weibo and saw the trending name Yang Huan. Huh? Why does that name sound familiar? He racked his brain but couldn't recall anything, so he shrugged it off. Exiting Weibo, he opened a video app, and a notification popped up. Watch a 30-second ad to receive a Huayu song. Seeing this, Jian started watching the video without hesitation. If there was one rule about transmigrating, it was that you had to get a cheat ability. His was a little different. He had to watch videos to earn rewards. And he had to use them quickly, just like how mobile games made you watch ads to get free items. Meaning, once he got a song, he had to register its copyright and release it. He had already tested it. This app only worked for him. To others, it was just an ordinary video player. As the video ended, the song Long Time No See appeared in his rewards. Will you suddenly appear in the corner of a cafe? Humming softly along to the melody, Jian felt a wave of emotions. They say long time no see, but the people from his past life he would never see them again. Chapter 2, the premiere of Heartbeat Lover. The next day, Jian took some time to register the copyright for Long Time No See, knowing how crucial copyright is for an original creator. At first, he had hesitated to claim songs from Earth as his own, but after going through the process a few times, this time, the registration went smoothly. The day before the recording of Heartbeat Lover, all 6 guests received a phone sent by the production team. They were required to record a 10-second introduction while wearing a mask and then post it in the group chat. Each guest would then choose their initial heartbeat match based on the introductions. This method surprised Jian. He had assumed the show would be like the dating programs he had seen before, where guests analyzed each other's social media posts to make their choices. However, the production team had a completely different approach. It was actually quite interesting. Soon, videos started appearing in the group chat. Jian clicked on the first one. A girl wearing a rabbit mask appeared on the screen. She shyly pursed her lips before speaking in a soft, gentle voice, I'm a singer and dancer. I love reading books and listening to music. I hope I can find someone who shares my interests this time. What a poetic way to say like-minded, and what a strong tea-scented vibe. From her natural tone, she must have cultivated an artistic persona for quite some time. Would all the guests be like this? Jian scratched his nose and moved on to the second video. This time, the girl wore a green hood and introduced herself with a bright, confident smile. I'm an actress. I've been busy filming lately. Besides loving good food, I also enjoy sharing my daily life. Her voice suggested an outgoing personality, but since she was an actress, there was bound to be some acting involved. Of course, it was too early to judge. Still, knowing how the production team operated, there was probably a lot of scripted content. The third female guest's video hadn't appeared yet, but the 2 male guests had already introduced themselves. One was an actor who loved playing basketball, while the other was a singer who enjoyed composing music. To be honest, after watching these videos, Jian felt nothing except the urge to laugh. They were all so serious that he felt guilty about not fitting in. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the group chat. The final female guest had uploaded her video. Unlike the previous two, she wore a black mask and a hat, her voice hoarse and weary. Singer. Doesn't fit in. Has a lot of haters. Like scenery scandals all over me. Jian could hear the exhaustion in her voice. It was as if she added the last line just to warn them in advance. Among scandal-ridden female singers in the entertainment industry, there was only one recent standout, Yang Huan. The production team was truly ruthless in chasing clout. They knew Yang Huan was being harassed by netizens, yet they still pushed her into the spotlight. It made sense. Controversy brought attention, and attention meant higher ratings. No one cared what would happen to Yang Huan in the end. Jian scoffed. Selfish. This was exactly why he disliked the entertainment industry. With zero enthusiasm, he put on a mask and casually recorded his video. Unemployed. Loves eating, drinking, and having fun. No money, no car, no house. His video was completely perfunctory. No smart person would pick him. As for his choice of heartbeat match, Jian selected the scandal-ridden female guest without hesitation. He wasn't actually here for a relationship, and compared to the other two women, this mysterious guest who was most likely Yang Huan felt more intriguing. After all 6 guests made their selections, a notification popped up on their phones. Heartbeat lover lineup complete. The pairings will be revealed when you meet tomorrow. Don't forget to prepare a gift for your heartbeat match. When Heartbeat Lover officially started filming, the live stream attracted a massive audience. Viewers were eager to see what this new format had to offer. The live chat was flooded with comments. Chat messages. Here we go. When are the guests arriving? The production team has been so secretive. Will there be any surprises? With my years of experience, I'd say there won't be surprises, but there will be shocks. Rumor has it that a certain plagiarizing female singer whose name starts with Y is joining. As the discussion heated up, movement appeared at the entrance of the villa. Jian strolled in, dressed in a casual tracksuit, pushing his suitcase with one hand as he opened the door. Seeing that he was the first to arrive, his eyes flickered with confusion. That didn't seem right. Normally, celebrities arrived early to make a good impression. To avoid this, he had even played a few rounds of Honor of Kings before leaving, hoping to show up last. Sighing, Jian slumped onto the nearest armchair, staring blankly at the entrance. Click. The door opened, revealing a female guest. She met his gaze and paused for a moment before quickly recovering, flashing a sweet smile. Hello, I'm Tangshan. Nice to meet you. Her smile was indeed as sweet as candy. Not that it mattered, he just hadn't eaten yet. Jian touched his stomach. He should have skipped a couple of rounds of gaming and grabbed breakfast instead. Poor planning. Jian, he replied. Jian, were you the first to arrive? Tangshan sat down and naturally started a conversation. Though her question was a bit basic, it served as an icebreaker. Jian nodded. Honestly, I thought I'd be the last. Wait, someone else already here. A voice came from the entrance. Are we late? Jian and Tangshan looked up to see 3 people, 2 men and a woman standing in the doorway. It seemed they had met on the way. Once inside, they introduced themselves. I'm Zhang Qianyu, 28, an actor, the well-dressed man said, looking every bit the successful professional. Zhu Hao, 27, singer, another man added. I'm Ying, the female guest said shyly, nodding at everyone. I'm a singer and dancer. With 5 out of 6 guests present, Jian finally understood why he was the first to arrive. Everyone else had taken their time getting dolled up. Now, sitting among them, he felt like a black swan in a flock of white ones, out of place, lonely, and cold. The livestream audience immediately caught onto his expression and burst into laughter. Chat messages. LOL, did the production team forget to tell you to dress up? You're handsome, but this round, you lost. Everyone else came for romance, and you look like you just wandered in by accident. You're built different. Sigh, Jian, are you an actor or a singer? Suddenly, the group turned their attention to him. The livestream audience was just as curious. With his looks, it was hard to believe he was unknown in the industry. Finally, the moment had come. Jian had wanted to clarify his identity from the start, but the conversation kept shifting. Clearing his throat, he declared solemnly, "I'm not in the entertainment industry. I'm just an unemployed drifter." Chapter 3 Yang Huan. That's impossible. Inside the heart-beating villa, the four guests had expressions on their faces that said, "I don't believe it. Are you kidding me?" Everyone has watched the self-introduction video in the group yesterday. The sentence that impressed me the most was that I was an unemployed vagrant with no car or house. Before meeting Jian, the guests actually thought that he was someone hired by the program team to enhance the program effect. After all, it is interesting in itself for an ordinary person to fall in love with a female star, not to mention that he has to compete with two other male guests. Now Jian, with his handsome face, says he is not a star. How is that possible? Even the audience in the live broadcast room expressed disbelief. Jian had already guessed that no one would believe him, so he spread his hands helplessly and said, "What I said is absolutely true." The guests thought he had a special mission and couldn't speak, so they nodded in agreement, understood. Seeing this, Jian wanted to roll his eyes and say, "You know nothing. You can tell with your feet that he must have made it up in his imagination." Click. The door was opened again. Unlike Tangshan and Jingying, who were dressed in gorgeous attire, the last female guest wore a black dress. Although she was wearing a mask on her face, her beautiful pair of almond-shaped eyes were enough to attract people's attention. "Hello, I'm Yang Huan." Yang Huan took off his mask and politely greeted the guests in the room. Oh shit, it really is her. Damn, a plagiarist dares to appear. Shouldn't such an artist be banned? I used to like your songs, but you copied them all. How dare you come out like this? If I were you, I would quit the circle right away. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly furious when they saw Yang Huan, and started making all kinds of nasty remarks. Fortunately, they are all in the entertainment industry. After being surprised, Tangshan and the other three immediately showed their signature smiles and introduced them one by one. As for Jian, he didn't feel strange at all when he saw Yang Huan's appearance. He had guessed it would be her yesterday, and now it was confirmed. But I don't know what Yang Huan's company is thinking, letting her come out to work in this situation. After Jian learned about Yang Huan's information last night, he couldn't help but sigh, "This girl is so pitiful." Yang Huan, who debuted as a singer, attracted a large number of fans with his unique voice and singing style. He later topped major music charts with his single, Loneliness. The album, My Love, also won the QQ Music Gold Diamond record. Yang Huan, who should have had a bright and shining future, was exposed for song plagiarism not long ago. Before Yang Huan's company could respond, a lot of inexplicable negative news emerged. Yang Huan has now hit rock bottom. He had also heard the song Lonely Simple Music, and he didn't quite believe that someone who could write such a song would plagiarize. But that is how the entertainment industry works. In order to defeat their opponents, they fabricate some trumped-up charges and then hire an army of internet trolls to lead the trend. Once the entire network follows suit, something that isn't true will become true. "Hello, I'm Jian, nice to meet you." Jian didn't care about the camera at all and showed his kindness to Yang Huan. "It's him." Yang Huan sat aside as if nothing had happened, hiding the surprise in his eyes very well. Yang Huan's arrival brought the atmosphere in the villa into deathly silence. Fortunately, at this time, director Jiang Cheng came in from outside with a smile, "Welcome all the members of Heartbeat." Jiang Cheng's eye swept over the 6 guests one by one, and then he waved his hand. Immediately, a staff member replayed the introduction videos recorded in the group until the last one ended. I will now announce the results of the first round of love objects. If a guest is chosen by someone else at the same time, then they can choose the opposite. If there are guests that no one chooses, then after the other guests have successfully formed a team, the remaining people will automatically form a team. After saying, Jian noticed that the 3 female guests were all looking at him. What's the meaning? Could it be that all 3 of them chose him? After Jiang Cheng announced the answers, Jian just wanted to quit. He said he had no house or car and was a homeless person, but these female guests still chose him. What were they thinking? Could it be that this is what today's celebrities like? So Jian, you're really not from the entertainment industry. Tangshan still couldn't believe what the director had just said. Yesterday she originally wanted to choose Zhang Qianhao, who had the same profession as her, but then she saw Jian's video and thought it was a deliberate arrangement by the program crew, so she chose Jian. At that time, Tang thought that since he was arranged by the program team, he would definitely have more shots than others. But now it was not arranged at all. Jian is a real outsider. The key is that it has nothing to do with the program crew. Tang Xin was regretting it to death now, and Jing Ying beside her seemed to be in a similar mood. Never lying is my basic principle in life. Jian made himself sound very noble the moment he opened his mouth. Jian, please start making your choice. Jiang Cheng reminded. There are 3 female guests, and no matter which one is chosen, it will be interesting to watch. Moreover, when no one chose Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao, the Shura atmosphere suddenly became full. Amateur Xiao Jian fought his way out of the siege and won the hearts of 3 goddesses. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a book, the title of which is I'm in a romance show. The pen from the person upstairs is for you, write immediately. Is this really not a script? Would anyone really choose Jian in real life? What is the origin of this Jian? Jian had no idea what the netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. Sorry, Jian said to Tang Xin and Jing Ying, I still choose Yang Huan. Yang Huan was stunned. She thought he would choose someone else just because she was not the right choice now. You should think about it again. Jian shook his head. He chose not the person he liked, but a partner who could complete this variety show. Because Jian and Yang Huan teamed up, Tang Xin and Zhang Qianyu also hit it off, and the remaining Jing Ying and Zhu Hao also automatically teamed up. After the team was formed, the staff handed over the task card. A qualified boyfriend will prepare a romantic date for his/her partner. Now, please take your favorite partner with you and set off immediately. Netizens will vote for the most popular date scene. Where is the mission reward? Zhu Hao asked. Jiang Cheng, the team with the highest number of votes will each receive a 5,000 yuan bonus, which can be used for subsequent tasks. The highest one has money. Jian's eyes suddenly lit up. He loved nothing in his life except money. Only when the balance in your bank card increases will you become more confident. Director, does the heart-moving fund come every time you complete a mission? Jian confirmed it again, and after getting a clear answer, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Yang Huan was standing next to Jian and was the most sensitive to his emotional changes. She could feel that Jian was very excited at this moment. Is it because of the heart-moving funds? Yang Huan muttered to himself uncertainly. Yang Huan, let's go. Chapter 4, Have you plagiarized? The recording location of Heart-Stirring Lover is a bit far from the city. Fortunately, because it is the first episode, the program crew is not so stupid and has already arranged cars for the guests. The 3 groups of guests got on the bus and left separately. Xiao Tang, is there any place you'd like to go? In the car, Zhang Qianyu was checking nearby places suitable for couples to go out, while asking Tang Xin for her opinion. Tang Xin knew how to behave in front of the camera, so she didn't hesitate and went over directly, and the 2 of them looked at the same phone together. After a moment, the slender fingers pointed at the picture of the Grand Theatre. Why not go here? You are the protagonist today, I will listen to you. Zhang Qianyu perfectly portrayed a person who respects the person he is in front of the camera, and the last sentence, I'm listening to you, was even a little doting. Who doesn't he want a boyfriend who respects his girlfriend's opinions? I'm guessing there will be drama behind these 2. Can you explain it in detail above? On the other side, Zhu Hao and Jing Ying got together to discuss and decided to go to the amusement park first. Today happened to be Saturday, so they could catch the fireworks show at the amusement park in the evening. Compared with the interaction between these 2 groups of guests, Jian and Yang Huan have been acting as if silence is golden since they got on the car. There was an awkward atmosphere in the car. I feel so embarrassed watching this. I wonder if these 2 people are planning to remain silent forever. Jian was very tough when he was selecting people just now, why don't you say something? After watching the interaction between the other 2 groups of guests, if Jian and Yang Huan can succeed, I will live broadcast a handstand to wash my hair. Although Yang Huan is a plagiarist, to be honest, her face is still very popular in the entertainment industry. The program crew had been paying attention to the developments on the internet since the show started. Noticing that the popularity of Jian's live broadcast room was gradually declining, they immediately instructed the photographer. Hurry up and find a topic for them both. Anything will do. Jiang Cheng looked at Jian who was pretending to be mute on the monitor and his cheeks twitched slightly. What's wrong with this kid? Isn't he usually very talkative? In fact, this cannot be blamed on Jian. After all, as a qualified programmer in his previous life, there was not even a girl in the entire department, and he hung out with a bunch of men every day. I really don't know how to get along with girls. The photographer sitting in the front row heard the instructions, thought for a moment and then brought up the topic. Jian, can you tell me why you chose Yang Huan? The photographer knew what netizens like to watch the most nowadays, so after asking, he gave Yang Huan a separate shot. The intention of causing trouble is very obvious. Although Jian is not in the entertainment industry, he also understands some of the tricks used in the circle to attract attention, and he looks down on people who use girls to attract topics. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he couldn't just ignore the current situation. Jian glanced at the photographer and spoke seriously to the camera, because she is the one I am attracted to, and I am socially anxious, while she is not sociable. We are quite compatible. Any questions? Of course there is a problem. The photographer choked, but you don't look like someone who suffers from social anxiety. Judging from Jian's performance in the villa just now, although he is not a social expert, he is definitely not someone with social phobia. You don't look like you'd be able to take photos. Oh my god, I was like wow, Jian's sarcasm skills are maxed out. Finally someone dares to say this. To be honest, I really hate when programs maliciously cut to close-ups. Jian, this is Yang Huan venting his anger. It's a bit embarrassing. Is it true that no one in the barrage tried to dig up Jian's background? Jian's words were meant to express his dissatisfaction with the close-up shot of Yang Huan that was just taken. After he finished speaking, he even turned his head to look around without caring about the photographer's mood. Are you hungry? Yang Huan was not surprised at all that the program crew would use her as a topic. What surprised her was Jian's words, so she was still in shock when she heard the voice. Yang Huan opened his mouth, then shook his head slightly after realizing what was happening. Not bad. In fact, she didn't have time to eat anything this morning because she was woken up by her agent. Her stomach was not feeling well to begin with, and now she could feel a dull pain. Seeing her like this, Jian suddenly remembered a sentence he saw on the internet in his previous life. When a girl says, "It's okay," to you, she must be saying the opposite, and you can't take it seriously. He immediately had an idea in his mind, took out his mobile phone and navigated to the address of a private restaurant. While instructing the driver, he also did not forget to ask for Yang Huan's opinion. I'm a little hungry, so I have to trouble Miss Yang to go with me. 10 minutes later, the car stopped steadily in front of the private restaurant. The private restaurant chosen by Jian not only has excellent dishes, but also has good privacy. At first, netizens in the live broadcast room, including Yang Huan himself, thought that Jian was really hungry, but when the waiter served the dishes and they saw those light and non-irritating foods, they finally understood. He said he was hungry out of consideration for Yang Huan's feelings. I watched all 3 live broadcast rooms, and to be honest, Jian's group made me feel the most comfortable. I don't know why, the interactions between the other 2 groups are too deliberate, but the interactions between Jian and Yang Huan are so natural. I am a girl, and when I saw Jian's actions, I just wanted to give him a thumbs up. He really knows how to take care of girls' emotions. You? Yang Huan pursed her red lips and asked what was in her heart. Aren't you afraid that being with me might bring you bad luck? She thought she would just be a formality on the show this time, and would be replaced by the production team when no one was interested. So I was prepared a long time ago. Knowing what Yang Huan meant, Jian calmly drank a sip of tea and asked, "Did you really plagiarize?" Hiss. The people in the program crew gasped. No one expected Jian to ask this topic so directly on the show. Because Yang Huan's plagiarism was very popular, when netizens learned that the live broadcast room of Heart-Stirring Lover was suspected of responding to plagiarism, many people immediately flocked in. No, Yang Huan answered firmly without hesitation. It's already proven, but you're still trying to argue. Isn't that disgusting? How dare you say no? Are plagiarists so rampant now? When I think about how much I loved you, I want to slap myself to death for being blind back then. Let us go, what's so good about a plagiarist dog and a background dog? Since there is no plagiarism, why should I be afraid of being criticized? After saying. Jian seemed to have thought of something, but I think some things should be clarified as soon as possible. What do you think? Yang Huan smiled bitterly. She also wanted to clarify and produce evidence, but she was suppressed by the company before she could say anything. She is not a fool, how could she not know that this was a premeditated attack? Let's eat first. Jian pushed the dessert on the table over and said jokingly, I heard that eating sweets can make you feel better, why don't you try it? If not, then put more sugar next time. Phew. Yang Huan was finally amused, and her bright facial features suddenly became lively because of the smile. The bad emotions lingering in my heart also quietly dissipated a little. Adding too much sugar may result in your teeth falling out. It doesn't matter, at least I'm happy. The two joked with each other and finally smiled at each other, and the sense of strangeness between them faded a little. Chapter 5, Show Off Your Skills. This is the amusement park. Zhu Hao helped the pale-faced Jingying get off the roller coaster and found a rest area for her to sit down. Are you okay? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken you to such a dangerous project. Zhu Hao opened the bottle of mineral water he had bought earlier and handed it over. His handsome face showed worry about Jingying, and his words were full of regret. It seemed that if it weren't for him, Jingying wouldn't be feeling so bad now. I'm fine. Jingying forced herself to smile, but her stomach was actually churning. She couldn't help but complain in her heart that Zhu Hao was not romantic at all. Which boy would take a girl to an amusement park to ride roller coasters, bungee jumping machines, etc.? But she has to pretend to be magnanimous in front of the camera. Really, it's not that scary after sitting through it. Har 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 har, please look at your pale face and say it again. If it's not scary, why are you so weak? We all heard the scream just now. What do you mean by, there is no doubt that there are 300 taels of silver here? This is it. It's so funny, these two people really don't look like they are on a date, it's more like a life and death battle between enemies. No, what's wrong with the barrage? Did brother regret not coming to my house? He didn't do it on purpose. He just has a bold heart. Zhu Hao doesn't he know yet that his actions have been the subject of all kinds of memes online, and is now asking Jingying which project to try next. I'm a little hungry, why don't we go eat something first? Jingying swallowed and changed the subject with difficulty. She was afraid that she would really vomit if she continued playing. Okay, Zhu Hao replied with a lingering feeling. High EQ, I'm hungry, low EQ, I don't want to play. I am dying of laughter at this group. Am I the only one who got hit? I'm making a fuss while the other one is making fuss with me. Dude, you can be unpopular with CPS, but don't be weird. Zhang Qianyu and Tang Xin, who were at the Grand Theatre, were not much better off than them. They had thought they could see a wonderful drama performance, but something happened to an actor in the drama troupe, and all performances for that day were cancelled. Seeing that Tang Xin was obviously unhappy, Zhang Qianyu raised his hand and patted her head, comforting her, it's okay. They say regrets are for a better meeting next time. Let's see you next time. Tang Xin, that's the only way. At the private restaurant, Jian paid the bill and returned to the car with Yang Huan. He had just pre-ordered a real-life CS shooting game on his mobile phone. This kind of game was perfect for venting emotions. After showing the address to the driver, he was about to close his eyes and take a rest, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Yang Huan staring out the window in a trance. Jian looked up and saw a group of young people gathered not far away, playing with their instruments and humming tunes. Cozy and comfortable. You want to go? Jian asked. Yang Huan turned his head, with expectation in his clear eyes, is it okay? Before her debut, she used to carry a guitar and play music on the streets with her music-loving friends. At that time, I was free and didn't have to worry about anything. Even if the singing is bad, as long as you are happy. What answered Yang Huan was Jian opening the door and getting out of the car in one smooth motion. Before the photographer could react, he saw two people wearing masks walking side by side towards that direction, and immediately followed behind them with a camera. Brother, are you recording the show? As soon as Jian and Yang Huan went over, they attracted everyone's attention, mainly because the camera was too conspicuous and it was hard not to notice them. Jian first looked at Yang Huan, and when he saw that she kept her head down and remained silent, he immediately realized that she was afraid of exposing her identity, and then he smiled at the person who spoke. No, we just recorded a video to keep as a souvenir later. As soon as these words came out, there was an instant burst of booing at the scene. A boy with brown hair and hip-hop style clothes stood up and said, in this case, brother, shouldn't you show off your skills yourself? That's right, show us what you can do. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room started to make a noise, all saying, show off your skills. Yang Wan didn't expect this kind of development, and couldn't help but move closer to Jianla and whispered, why don't we just go? I don't know if Jianla can sing. If she can't, and she's doing a live broadcast, if she messes up, she will definitely be criticized. It's fine. Jianla looked around and landed on a guitar. Can you lend me this? The owner of the guitar generously handed the guitar to Jianla, and at the end he made a gesture of encouragement. After getting the guitar, Jianla first tried the sound, then took out his mobile phone, clicked on the video player, and found the reward he had obtained before. When he first came to this world, the first reward he received from the golden finger was guitar playing, but it was a one-time thing. I never had the opportunity to use it before, but now I can show it openly. In fact, it is because the skill will expire if it is not used. Because Jianla was invited to the center, netizens in the live broadcast room and people at the scene could only see him looking at something on his mobile phone. After clicking on the reward, Jianla put the phone back into his pocket. He put his right hand on the guitar and prepared to sing a song that he loved very much in his previous life. That is, in my singing. Here it comes, I'm suddenly a little nervous. What's going on? It looks like it's working fine, don't let it flip over soon. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it immediately. Bite. The strings of the guitar were plucked. Then a deep and slightly hoarse voice came from the microphone. Without any precautions or worries, you just appeared in my world, bringing me surprises. I couldn't help myself. You exist, deep in my mind, in my dreams, in my heart, in my songs. Jianla stopped singing after a paragraph, and then saw a group of people around him staring at him silently. What's going on? Why do they look so excited? At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared, and the barrage of comments was so numerous that it was impossible to see clearly. What the hell? What the hell? What song is this? Jianla's voice is really perfect with this song. Why just sing one part? Go on, don't make me beg you. I checked and there is no such song, so this is the lyrics written by Jianla himself. The surprise came so unexpectedly that even the program crew didn't expect Jianla to be able to do this. Jian Cheng saw the comments online and laughed so hard that he could hardly stop grinning. Now the topic has become popular without having to spend money to buy it. Thanks for the guitar. Jianla returned the guitar to the boy who was still in shock, and walked over to Yang Wan. Do you want to go up and try? Yang Wan looked at the person in front of him and always felt that there was a kind of mist around him that made it impossible to see through him. Just like what happened just now, I'm afraid no one expected that he could play the guitar and sing. Yang Wan actually wanted to ask him if the song just now was written by Jianla himself, but then he remembered that they were not that familiar with each other yet, so it seemed inappropriate to ask this. I could only suppress my curiosity and walked to stand in front of the microphone. Holding the microphone and looking at the group of music lovers below, Yang Wan felt a little complicated. Moment. She sang a song called Empty, which she had written and composed but never had the chance to sing. It is said that singing can best express a person's mood, and Yang Wan's songs are all about loneliness. The song is over. Jianla was the first to applaud, and then everyone followed suit. It's a beautiful song. Chapter 6 Advanced Versailles. She usually received so many compliments that Yang Wan could tell at a glance that Jianla really thought her singing was beautiful and it was not just for show. But she herself was not very satisfied. From the moment he entered the entertainment industry, Yang Wan told himself that as a singer, no matter when, the moment he picked up the microphone, he had to give his best. This is respect for the audience and respect for the stage. Today, because of the problem with their voice, the song lost most of its soul, which was a big mistake for the singer. Thinking of Jianla's singing and playing just now, Yang Wan looked at him and said seriously, your voice is very suitable for music. Just like the song just now, there aren't too many techniques, but it's full of emotion when you listen to it. There should be entertainment companies that have started observing Jianla by now. If he doesn't have any major black spots in the future and officially enters the entertainment industry after the show is over, then with his talent and looks, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes a big hit. Really? It's a pity that I don't have any ideals. Jianla shrugged casually. At this time, a boy interrupted their conversation, stared at Yang Wan, and said, I think your voice is very familiar, it sounds like a singer. Yang Wan's body froze, and she didn't bother to think about Jianle's words. Just as she was about to react, she saw Jianle standing in front of her, blocking the man's view. Sorry, she's a little shy, Jianle nodded. As for the similarity of voices you mentioned, it's nothing strange. After all, the world is so big, there are so many people who look alike, not to mention that it's just a voice. Jianle is really too gentle. His care for Yang Wan is not mixed with any ambiguity. He just does these things subconsciously. From arguing with the photographer to eating and now resolving the situation, he really did a great job and didn't he make people feel uncomfortable at all. Har har, no one really thinks this isn't just an act, right? The person above, please change your online name before you make fun of me, okay? After Jianle said this, everyone felt that it made sense and withdrew their inquiring gazes from Yang Wan. But he didn't let Jianle go easily. Brother, what song did you just sing? That's right, can you tell us about it? The lyrics are really good, not at all like those cliché songs on the internet. Of course, you have to know that when In My Singing was released, it occupied a place on major music charts and became a must-order song in KTV. Not only is it widely sung, it also won the 2013 Song of the Year award. It is definitely not comparable to any other catchy song. It's just a casual song, nothing special. The Chinese music scene back then was like a battle of gods, with all kinds of great songs emerging one after another, and this is just one of them. Jianle said it so nonchalantly, but it made people want to beat him up. It's amazing to know Versailles. Invisible pretense, right? Yes, it's not surprising, so can you sing the whole song? Jian Xiaola, if you try to show off halfway, you will be struck by lightning. There's nothing good about this song. Those who comment on it as good are probably just scammers. I agree with the above, the songs are so good that I feel embarrassed. Ignoring their stunned expressions, Jianle and Yang Wan decided to leave, fearing that their identities would be exposed if they stayed any longer. Thank you for that. It's okay, but... Jianle paused, aren't you a little too reserved? From the moment Yang Wan entered the Shandong villa, Jianle discovered that her every move was very cautious, and she was completely different from what he had previously discovered. This is probably related to the overwhelming negative information on the internet. Yang Wan was silent for a while, looking at the scenery flashing by outside the window, and said softly, maybe it's because no matter what I do, it's wrong. The car fell silent again. It was a good game. In the CS hall, Jianle took off his helmet, first picked up a bottle of water, opened it and handed it to Yang Wan, and then drank it in big gulps himself. Yang Wan's fair face was dyed red due to exercise, and beads of sweat hung on his forehead. I usually play these games during my breaks, but this is my first time playing against real people. Jianle laughed, are you interested in playing another game, just the two of us this time? Okay, but you can't deliberately let it go. The two of them put down the mineral water at the same time, said something to their boss, and returned to the game venue with their equipment. Considering the safety of customers, all non-gamers were not allowed to enter the venue, so the photographers had to stay outside to shoot. The audience in the live broadcast room could only watch the duel between Jianle and Yang Wan from afar through the camera. There were also many senior CS enthusiasts among them. When they saw that the two were obviously veterans operations, they couldn't help but start commenting. I didn't expect that Yang Wan, who looked so weak, could be so accurate in this technique. I want to go play now, are there any brothers who want to join me? If you get hit it again and the game will be over. As Jianle pulled the trigger, blue smoke emerged above Yang Wan's head, which also meant that the player was eliminated and the game was over. I will definitely not lose next time. Yang Wan looked unconvinced, which was much more lively than before. Well, wait for your counterattack next time. Jianle played with the prize given by his boss for a while and originally wanted to give it to Yang Wan, but for some reason he thought of it and put it back in his pocket. Brother Yu, where are we going next? Take you to dinner. Zhang Qianyu and Tang Xin came out of the cinema one after another. Seeing that it was still early, they decided to finish dinner first before returning to the villa. Zhang Qianyu is also a person who understands romance. The place he booked is warm and stylish, and the songs played there are also very ambiguous. Very suitable for couples to go together. Coincidentally, the two of them happened to be celebrating their boss' wedding anniversary, so any couple who dine in the store will not only be given roses, but also random desserts. It is said that no girl can resist a beautiful red rose, and Tang Xinswan is a good proof of this. Tang Xin was very happy holding the rose in her arms. Brother Yu, how did you know about this place? The owner is really good at it. A friend recommended it to me, so if you like it, that's fine. I like it very much. Tang Xin, whose heart was entirely focused on the roses, didn't think at all about why a friend would recommend a couple restaurant to Zhang Qianyu. You have to know that Zhang Qianyu has established himself as a career-focused person in the circle, and his purpose of participating in the dating variety show this time is definitely not that simple. It's a pity that she didn't pay too much attention to it. Although some netizens were suspicious, they were all refuted by Zhang Qianyu's fans. After dinner, they returned to their villa and found that there was someone who was faster than them. You're back. Zheng Ying greeted her and her eyes fell on Tang Xin's hand, or to be more precise, the rose. It seems that Brother Qianyu likes Sister Tang Xin very much. He even gave her roses on the first day. Unlike me who can only watch the fireworks. Here comes the sour words. I can smell the sour smell even through the screen. I feel jealous now. If I see the interaction between Jian and Yang Huan, wouldn't I feel jealous too? This sister was really miserable today. She was scared in the amusement park for a whole day and only saw a few small fireworks. I can only watch the fireworks, and those fireworks are not as big as the ones I set off myself. What was different from a live broadcast was that Jing Ying's words satisfied Zhang Qianyu's vanity, so he didn't explain the source of the roses, but smiled and said, Xiao Tang is a very good girl. There is ambiguity in every unclear sentence. Logically, Tang Xin should have continued what Zhang Qianyu said, but she didn't respond at all and went straight to Jing Ying. I didn't realize Zhu Hao was so considerate and romantic. He knew to bring you back early after watching the fireworks. Chapter 7 Keychain, Car Keys. After Tang Xin finished speaking, she deliberately rubbed her chin on the rose and said, unlike me, I can only come back after dinner. Isn't it just sarcastic? It seems like everyone is the same. Besides, they are thousand-year-old foxes, why play strange stories from a Chinese studio? How could Jing Ying not hear the bragging in her words? Her expression suddenly turned unsightly. If she hadn't been concerned about the camera, she would have probably burst into cursing. Fortunately, everyone in the entertainment industry has to learn one skill, which is to change their face quickly. Then netizens saw what it meant to change one's face in a second. Jing Ying's eyes clearly showed that she wanted to eat the other person just now, but now she said with a smile, really? Then you don't have to cook dinner tonight. Tang Xin snorted and laughed, but said nothing. Regarding the conflict between the girls, Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao looked at each other and tacitly did not speak. When Jian and Yang Huan came back, they saw 4 people sitting on each side, and the atmosphere between them was not right. What's going on with you guys? It's all right. When Zhu Hao saw Jian, he felt like he had seen a savior. How was your fun today? Jian nodded, not understanding why. Very good. The words fell. Tang Xin and Jing Ying on the side obviously didn't believe it. Everyone in the circle knew that Yang Huan was a blockhead who couldn't do anything except singing and was very boring. The two exchanged glances, and Jing Ying smiled and stepped forward, holding Yang Huan's hand as if they were on good terms. Sister Yang Huan, where did you go today? Ever since being blacklisted by the entire network, Yang Huan has a very clear sense of good and evil in people, and he can tell at a glance that Jing Ying has no good intentions. Yang Huan pulled his hand back and said expressionlessly, eat, drink and have fun. How is that possible? If Sister Yang Huan doesn't want to tell us, she doesn't have to lie to us. I can testify that it was indeed eating, drinking and having fun, nothing wrong with it. What is Yang Huan's attitude? Jing Ying spoke to her in a nice and gentle voice, but she was still so perfunctory. Eating, drinking and having fun all in one, how can it be considered perfunctory? Take my advice, you don't want to know. As soon as Jing Ying finished speaking, Jianla's voice rang out, since you know she doesn't want to say it, then why are you asking? Jing Ying was speechless. She couldn't say that she wanted to regain her sense of superiority from Yang Huan. At this time, Director Jiang Cheng walked over slowly. After a successful day of dating, we will launch an online vote and the winner will receive a heartwarming fund from the program team. Now, at the end of the live broadcast, all guests please take out the gifts you prepared and give them to your crush. First came Ju Hao, who gave Jingying a bracelet. The pink pendant was crystal clear and matched her skin tone very well. Jingying fell in love with it at first sight. Her favorite color is pink, even her fan support color is pink. It seems that Ju Hao chose her from the beginning. Thinking of this, Jingying felt extremely satisfied and took out a gift that she had prepared long ago from her bag, a men's watch. The two put on their respective gifts and sat aside to watch others. Zhang Qianyu prepared a shoulder and neck massager. When he handed it to Tangshan, he was afraid that she might not understand, so he explained, "I saw in your video that you said you have been filming recently. This can help you relax while you rest." "Thank you, brother Qianyu. This is for you." Tangshan gave him a pair of limited edition basketball shoes, which were quite expensive. Jian, who was watching the whole process, had a very complicated expression. It turned out that everyone came here to fall in love. The gifts were more extravagant than each other. He didn't see the effort put into them, but he did see the money. "Jian, where is the gift you prepared?" Jiang Cheng saw that Jian was not in the right state of mind and couldn't help but remind him. He wondered in his heart whether it was the right thing to do to bring this kid to the show, but he had promised old Jian that he would find a wife for Jian on the show. Oh, it's really worrying. Jian came back to his senses and slowly took something out of his pocket under the gaze of several guests and thousands of netizens. When he opened his palm, a familiar keychain appeared. "For you." After Jian finished speaking, he felt that it seemed a bit perfunctory, and then added, "I just hope you can be as fearless as when you play games." No one expected that the gift he gave was a keychain. The key point is that the netizens who watched their live broadcast all the way knew that this keychain did not cost a penny. This is the prize that Jian won from the CS shooting gallery. How should I put it? It was quite unexpected. Jian Xiaola, a man who perfectly portrays his poor character. The owner of the shooting range probably didn't expect that the keychain would become such a heartwarming gift. Look at Yang Wan's expression, confused. What is this little bastard doing? Jiang Cheng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and he wanted to go up and hit him on the head. After all, he is a second-generation demolition tycoon, so could he not act so shabby? This is a dating show, who would dare to be moved by him like this? Jian had no idea of Jiang Cheng's inner thoughts. He came to the show for the money. Now that today's mission was over, he naturally had to keep a low profile. As the saying goes, a gift may be small but the thought is great. Although his keychain didn't cost any money, he spent a lot of effort on it, so it is of great significance. Fortunately, he was smart enough to think of giving gifts, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing now that he doesn't have a gift. "Thank you." Yang Wan took it after coming back to his senses, and took out his own key and hung it up in front of everyone. "I just happened to be missing a keychain." "Then this is for you." Yang Wan took a key from his bunch of keys and handed it over. "Car keys." Jian was stunned. He actually exchanged a car for a keychain. What a blessing from heaven. "Oh my god, Yang Wan, you are so generous." Ju Hao spoke excitedly as soon as he saw the key. Zhang Qianyu followed closely behind. "Yang Wan's gift really touched my heart. As a boy, who doesn't he want a car? The key is that it is given by a girl, which has a completely different meaning than buying one yourself." Tangshan didn't say anything to Jingying, but she was already extremely jealous. Jian forced himself to look away. "It's too expensive. I can't take it." As soon as Yang Wan heard it, he knew he had misunderstood, and couldn't help but smile softly. "A bicycle is not expensive." Puff. Director Jiang Cheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. These two people were so funny. One has money but gives a keychain as a gift, while the other knows that the other has no house or car and gives a bicycle as a gift. Just now he thought Jian didn't understand variety shows, but now it seems that these two people are clearly the same kind of people. A bicycle, that's fine too. This time Jian didn't refuse. After all, the car was delivered to his door for free, so he might as well take it. You can ride it for a ride when you go out for fun in the future. All the gifts for the 6 guests have been given out, and the first day of live broadcast of the first episode of Heart-Stirring Lover has come to an end. Jiang Cheng asked the staff to turn off the live broadcast and said to the 6 people, "The text messages will be activated in 10 minutes. These messages will affect the grouping tomorrow, so it depends on your choice of team. I look forward to your excitement tomorrow." Chapter 8 Heart-Beating Text Messages, Hot Search. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he took the script and left the villa. Jian looked at the 5 guests who were standing still, coughed lightly, and took the lead to go upstairs with his suitcase. When we got to the 2nd floor, we found that there were 6 rooms in total. The name of the guest was posted on the door of each room, and there was even an identity pattern pasted behind the name. The room provided by the program crew was very much to Jian's liking. You know, he had watched so many variety shows in his previous life, and all the directors either arranged for the guests to live together, or arranged for 2 people to live in a room, with one person sleeping alone. It would be strange if people didn't form small groups with this arrangement. I have to say this dog show is pretty good at being human, at least it doesn't use the same old settings. Jian's room is the last one on the left, close to the large terrace. There is a little man pasted on the door. The little man is sitting on the ground and saying that he has no house and no car. Seeing this pattern, Jian's cheeks twitched slightly. Other people's patterns were all literary and artistic, but why did his instantly become a silly style? After entering the room, Jian was not in a hurry to send a love message. Anyway, his crush had already been decided from the very beginning and would not change at all. I used my guitar skills today, but I don't know what blind box I will get now. That's right, Jian calls the act of getting rewards for watching videos opening a blind box because you have no idea what will come out. Jian clicked on the black video player on his phone, and the familiar system pop-up window popped up again. Watch the video for 60 seconds and you will get 1 hour of Swoner performance. When the reward came out, Jian was stunned. He knew that the longer he watched the video, the better the reward would be, but wasn't this Swoner a bit too outrageous? As the saying goes, among all musical instruments, Swoner is the king. When Swoner is played, it either means ascension to heaven or marriage. He couldn't just sing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, while others were singing rock and pop songs. Birds pay homage to the phoenix? Jian stroked his chin and thought, it seemed that it was not impossible. But the key is that he has no music score. Come again. As soon as this thought came to my mind, my cell phone suddenly rang. I clicked to check and found it was a text message from an unfamiliar number with simple content. I hope I can hear your singing again next time. Jian knew who the sender was after seeing the content. After thinking for a second, he began to edit the message, don't be too depressed. Happiness is the most important thing in life. In the room, Yang Wan sat cross-legged on the carpet with a small white pillow on his legs. He was holding a pen and paper in his hand, writing something with his head down. The vibration of her cell phone interrupted her thoughts. After reading the content, she looked a little dazed. Ever since she was attacked, the thing she heard most was, why don't you just die? Even her agent thought it was her fault. No one ever told her to just be happy. Jian is indeed different from others. Yang Wan laughed out loud immediately, but her eyes turned red as she laughed. She raised her head, stubbornly trying not to let the tears fall, and felt a little warmth in her heart because of Jian's words. On the other side, Tangshan held her cell phone, staring at the phone numbers of the 3 male guests with a conflicted look. Logically speaking, today's date with Zhang Qianyu was fine, but she didn't really want to choose the same person. Since it is a dating show, only after teaming up with everyone can you know who is the most suitable for you. After figuring this out, Tangshan made a decision, clicked on one of the numbers and started sending text messages. Although you didn't choose me today, I still want to try again. Zheng Ying's psychological journey was similar to Tangshan's, and she finally chose to send a heart-warming message to Zhang Qianyu. As for the male guest, Zhang Qianyu still sent the text message to Tangshan, while Zhu Hao hesitated between Tangshan and Zheng Ying. As for Yang Wan, he was not among their choices at all. Even though Yang Wan is very popular right now, smart people would not choose to bring trouble upon themselves just for a little bit of traffic. As soon as Jian came out of the shower, he saw another text message on his phone. His brain was working fast and he had some guesses about the sender. He really didn't expect that someone would choose him again. Doesn't it seem that amateur players are the big winners in life these days? After all 6 text messages were sent, staff immediately began to temporarily confiscate the guests' mobile phones. Their cell phones were taken away, and the 6 people had nothing to do, so they chose to sleep, and naturally they missed out on the various hot topics on Weibo. 10 o'clock in the evening is basically the most active time for netizens, and now on Weibo's hot searches, the entertainment category is almost filled with topics related to heart-stirring lover. For example, Yang 1 denies plagiarism dig into Jianla's life history a heavenly song appears in a love variety show Jing Ying was scared at the amusement park female stars T-talk and so on. Although there are some hot searches bought by the program team, there are more real hot searches discussed by netizens. Jianla became known to more netizens because of this, and the song he sang in the live broadcast room was edited into a video by a big V and posted on Weibo. The number of likes and reposts was astonishingly high, which immediately attracted a lot of passers-by. I have listened to it many times, but I still never get tired of it. Can other singers in the entertainment industry write songs according to this standard? I really don't want to listen to cliché songs anymore. Will Jianla release a song? It would be a shame if he doesn't. In my dreams, in my heart, in my singing. It really touches me. Compared to netizens who were all discussing the song, people in the circle focused their attention on Jianla. Just as Yang Huan had guessed before, some entertainment companies in the circle have begun to pay attention to Jianla, and Tianhua Entertainment, where she works, is one of them. Although I was tempted, I decided to wait and see. Jianla, who was sleeping, had no idea that in just one night, so many people were thinking about him. It was a wise choice to get this brat here. Jiang Cheng was scrolling through the trending searches on Weibo with his eyes shining, smiling as brightly as chrysanthemums. If you didn't know him, you would have thought he had won the lottery. It looks like the number of people in the live broadcast room will skyrocket again tomorrow. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, there was movement in the Shandong Villa. When the program staff heard the sound, they immediately arranged for the photographer to start the live broadcast. Because it was too early, there were not many viewers entering the live broadcast room. Jianla appeared in the camera wearing a sports suit, with a headband on her full forehead, a pair of phoenix eyes slightly tilted up, as if smiling, a high nose bridge, and thin red lips slightly parted. Good morning. The netizens in the live broadcast room were suddenly struck by the beauty filter, and even the barrage of comments were stuck when they heard this sentence. Good morning, good morning. Wu Tilder Mom, there are people here who are using their beauty to commit crimes. Oh my god, no wonder my brother is so popular. The photographer didn't expect that Jianla would be the first to wake up, and couldn't help but be curious. Why did you get up so early? Go for morning exercise. Since coming to this world, Jianla has been doing morning exercises every day without missing a single day. He always felt that the reason for his sudden death in his previous life was not only staying up late every day, but also because of his poor health. Therefore, in order to have a good body in this life, exercise is essential. Do you want to join us? Jianla invited sincerely. Chapter 9 New Mission. No. The photographer shook his head and refused. There was nothing interesting about morning exercises and he wouldn't be able to take any photos. Instead, he would be exhausted and sweaty if he went. Jianla didn't care about the photographer's rejection. He waved at the camera and walked away. Netizens could only see his back disappearing from the camera. Without the camera following him, Jianla began to let himself go, humming a little tune and running forward step by step. When he came yesterday, he noticed that the location of the heart-beating villa was very close to the beach. Although he could not see the sunrise there now, he could still enjoy the pleasant sea breeze. Soon, a vast expanse of blue appeared before our eyes. Jianla looked at the waves hitting the beach and thought of a song he had heard in his previous life, the title of which was The Sea. Before I knew it, I started humming. I walked aimlessly along the beach, watching the tides come and go, trying in vain to remember every wave. The low-pitched song matched with the sound of the waves really feels like they echo each other. After exercising at the beach for half an hour, Jianla slowly began to run towards the villa. Hey, where's Jianla? All the guests in the villa had already washed up and gathered downstairs. Zhu Hao didn't see Jianla speak with some confusion. He went for morning exercise, the photographer explained. He should be back soon. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Before the photographer finished speaking, the door was opened and Jianla's figure reappeared in the camera. Because of the exercise, his forehead was covered with sweat and his sportswear was soaked and stuck to his body. Oh my god, how long have you been running? You're sweating so much. Not long, Jianla wiped the sweat off his forehead casually with his hand. Is it time to start? I'll go take care of it. Go now. After Jianla changed his clothes and went downstairs, director Jiang Cheng walked in slowly. The first sentence he spoke was to announce the answer to his heartthrob message. Some people received several heartwarming text messages last night, while others received none. Ju Hao's face suddenly darkened when he didn't receive any text message. He never expected that no one would send him a text message. Ju Hao's gaze swept over the female guests one by one. Seeing his eyes, Tangshan and Jingying turned their heads away guiltily. Only Yang Huan looked as if it was none of his business. Jiang Cheng took in all their little actions and continued. Jianle received text messages from Yang Huan and Tangshan, while Zhang Qianyu sent a text message to Tangshan but received no reply. Ju Hao chose Tangshan. As for the girls, Yang Huan and Jianle chose each other. Zheng Ying sent the text message to Zhang Qianyu. According to the rules, the two people who chose each other successfully formed a team. Wait, speak slower, my CPU is a little burned out. Let me sort this out. This means Ju Hao is the only person who is alone and has no text messages. Congratulations to Jianle for being the best of the show. I can understand Yang Huan choosing Jianle, but why did Tangshan choose him as well? This is definitely a surer field, it's even more interesting than yesterday. Jianle, can I ask the reason? After being rejected twice in a row, Tangshan is not in a good mood at all, even though the other two people chose her. Facing her question, Jianle's expression did not change at all. No reason. If you insist on me giving a reason, it's that I never change my choice. The meaning of his words was very clear. No matter what happened later, since he chose Yang Huan in the beginning, all his subsequent choices would be her. As a girl, it feels really good to be chosen firmly by someone. Yang Huan ignored the throbbing in her heart, thinking that she would choose Jianle in the future. Sister Yang Huan is really lucky, Tangshan said with a little resentment, and began to choose against the rules. In the end, she still did not choose Zhang Qianyu, and formed a pair with Ju Hao. Zheng Ying and Zhang Qianyu were automatically grouped together. After the grouping was completed, the three groups of guests got on the cars arranged by the program team and set off. 10 minutes later, we arrived at our destination. As Jianle and his companions got out of the car, what caught their eyes was a path paved with pink carpet. There were pink flowers and balloons on both sides of the carpet. At the end of the path there was a big heart made of flowers. Looks very girly. Really. Upon seeing this scene, Tangshan and Jingying exclaimed at the same time, wow tilde. Seeing the two of them like this, Jianle turned his head to look at Yang Huan, whose eyes were shining but who was trying to suppress his emotions, and couldn't help laughing. There's no need to hide your feelings. If someone wants to smear you, they won't smear you unless you hide your feelings. I understand. I'm actually afraid that if I don't suppress myself, I'll pounce over there and take pictures the next second. TSK, I must have misunderstood. Yes, so you need to reflect on it. Yang Huan winked at Jianle in a particularly playful manner, speaking in a light tone. Well, these two are a bit annoying. Happy CP is a bit sweet. Although I don't like Yang Huan, I was really touched by their interaction. Jianle could tell that she was different from yesterday, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. It was good that she could figure it out. If a person lives with too much depression, when his emotions reach the breaking point, once he collapses, regret will be irreversible. Before he came here, he had seen many artists committing suicide due to depression, and the root cause of these artists' suicides was cyber violence. People nowadays think they are standing at the highest moral point. They use their keyboard to insult someone at no cost, without reflecting on the consequences of their actions on others. What are you two whispering about? Zheng Ying suddenly jumped behind the two of them and spoke with a smile. Ju Hao agreed, that's right, tell us what you mean. Nothing. Jianle said briefly. Jiang Cheng also spoke at this time. Today, the three groups of heartthrob guests will complete the tasks assigned by the program team. The winners of the tasks will receive 1,000 yuan of heartthrob funds each. Before the mission begins, I want to announce the team that got a date yesterday. They are Jianle and Yang Huan. It turned out that after the official Weibo account opened the voting last night, netizens who had watched the live broadcast rushed to vote, and the real interaction between Jianle and Yang Huan was the most popular. Knowing that he had won, Jianle's mouth curled up wildly. He had received 5,000 yuan, and after deducting yesterday's expenses, he could still get more than 3,000 yuan. Happiness comes so easily. Today's first task is, you draw and I guess. Guests who choose to draw will have 1 minute to draw. The one who guesses the most questions within the specified time will win. Director, is your task consistent with the arrangements after you get up? Jian complained. What does Uncle Jiang think of playing this in a dating variety show? But no matter how much we complain, the task still needs to be completed. I'll draw and you guess, okay. Yang Huan nodded, okay. Zhu Hao, why don't you paint? You should be very familiar with painting from your daily creations. I'm fine, don't worry. After discussing with Jingying, Zhang Qianyu decided that Jingying would draw the picture and Zhang Qianyu would guess. Soon, a table and a chair appeared in front of the three people who chose to paint. Now the game begins. Chapter 10. You draw, I guess. As soon as the words fell, the staff who had been prepared on the side came forward with a whiteboard and showed the contents on the whiteboard to Jianla and the other two. There were only 3 words written on the whiteboard: waistline. As for how to draw it, it was up to the guests themselves. The 60-second countdown begins. Jiang Cheng said. Jianla and the other two started painting at the same time, and netizens could only watch through the camera as they painted more abstract paintings than each other. It's so funny, what are they drawing? Are you sure those lines by Jingying are not meant to be funny? This is the first time I have doubts about the term vest line. 60 seconds passed in a flash. Jiang Cheng blew a whistle. Time is up, now let Tangshan start by telling us what they drew. Because they had to guess one by one, Jianla and Jingying's drawing boards were turned over. Zhu Hao confidently turned his drawing board towards everyone. He felt that he had already drawn out the sole of the vest line. A smart person can guess it at a glance. But when Tangshan saw the picture on the drawing board, he was stunned. An oval head, an extremely long body and densely packed black spots. What is this? Har ha har ha, this is such a great drawing. A new generation of soul painters emerges. Tangshan racked his brains to think about it, and asked uncertainly, caterpillar. Wrong answer. It's not a caterpillar. Yang Huan was slightly surprised. To be honest, when she saw the painting, the first thing that came to her mind was a caterpillar. They really look alike. Zhu Hao didn't expect that his painting was so exquisite, but Tangshan could guess it wrong. He felt a little frustrated. Then Jingying opened her drawing board. Under the same oval head was an extremely long body. The difference was that the dense black spots had turned into circles of varying sizes, and there were 2 small hands next to it. Puff. Now I don't know who suddenly laughed out loud, and then the laughter continued one after another. Zhang Qianyu scratched his head, looked at the abstract painting and said, "It looks like abdominal muscles." I was close to the answer, but unfortunately I guessed wrong. How do you tell it's abdominal muscles? Am I the only one who thinks this painting is wrong? After Zhang Qianyu finished speaking, he saw Jingying shrugging her shoulders and knew that he had answered incorrectly. Wrong answer. After getting the affirmation, Zhang Qianyu sighed. He couldn't blame him. He could only say that the painting was too abstract and he couldn't tell what it was. After 2 groups of guests guessed wrong in a row, everyone couldn't help but start looking forward to the group of Jianla and Yang Huan. Compared to the abstract painting styles of Jingying and Zhu Hao, Jianla's paintings can be considered realistic, with a round head and a normal body. The main thing is that he painted the clothes, leaving only the waist and abdomen exposed, and outlined the lines with a black pen. Although the painting is not very good, it does highlight the key points. Of 3 heads, one is always different. This should be guessable. Looking at the picture that looked like abdominal muscles, Yang Huan's brain started to work rapidly. Abdominal muscles was definitely not the answer, as that was what Zhang Qianyu had just answered. What else is similar to the word abdominal muscles? Finally, Yang Huan suddenly had an idea and blurted out, vest line. Answer correctly and get 1 point. A smile broke out on Yang Huan's pretty face. When she turned her head, she saw Jianla giving her a thumbs up with a smile, expressing his affirmation of her. Her smile suddenly became even brighter. It's okay, let's work hard on the next question. We are only 1 point behind temporarily. We still have a chance to catch up. Zhu Hao and Zhang Qianyu, who fell behind at the start, were afraid that their temporary dream teammate would feel disappointed, so they spoke up to comfort him. With what they did and the camera filming, even if Tangshan and Jingying were unwilling to lose to Yang Huan, they couldn't get angry. I could only smile and shake my head to indicate that I was fine. The topic given by the program team in the second round was cactus. The drawings of the 3 people were very vivid, but because the first person to answer the question was Tangshan, she took the advantage and grabbed a point. When the third question appeared, the atmosphere on the scene froze visibly. Many staff members looked at Yang Huan from time to time. Yang Huan, who had her back turned, had no idea what was going on. She just felt that someone was always looking at her. Damn, is there something wrong with this stupid program crew? Jian cursed in his heart, not caring that the director of the program was his father's good brother. Netizens were also stunned by the program crew's outrageous operations. To be honest, this move by the production team is a bit disgusting. This is sticking to Yang Huan and sucking blood. Jian's expression changed visibly. He was angry. I hate Yang Huan, but I hate the show crew's double dealing even more. The lounge on the 26th floor of Tianhua Entertainment was a mess, and judging from the broken glass all over the floor, one could tell how angry someone had just been. Shen Qingqing stared at the tablet on the coffee table with a ferocious expression, which was playing the live broadcast of Heart-Stirring Lover. Yang Huanju's reputation is so bad now, but there are still netizens speaking up for her. What's so good about her? It took so much effort to pull Yang Huan down, she would never let Yang Huan have a chance to turn over. At this time, Yang Huan had no idea that someone was planning to hack her again, and she was still playing the game very seriously. How do I draw this? Zhu Hao looked quite embarrassed, holding the pen and being reluctant to start writing. Zheng Ying was also troubled. If the drawing is ugly, I won't be scolded, right? Jiang Cheng also knew what they were worried about, and understood that the title was wrong, but that's how the entertainment industry works. If you want high ratings after the show is broadcast, you have to create something interesting for the audience. This is also the reason why Yang Huan was invited to the show. 30 seconds left. After listening to this, Zhu Hao and Jing Ying looked at each other, glanced at Yang Huan's back and finally started to write, but Jianle still didn't move, with an expressionless face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jianle's actions attracted everyone's attention. Even though Jiang Cheng was frantically making gestures to him behind the camera, he ignored it. It was not until the last 15 seconds that he was seen picking up the pen again. When the time was up, Yang Huan and the other two turned around and looked at Zhu Hao's drawing first. His drawing was a stick figure with unkempt hair, holding a piece of paper in his hand, and his body was all black. This is. Tangshan looked at the painting with twitching lips. He had no idea what was going on. He had no choice but to make a random guess, hide and seek. The answer was wrong, so Zhu Hao shook his head without hesitation. No, this is a person's name. Name? Zhang Qianyu on the side carefully observed what Jing Ying had drawn. Half of her drawing board was completely black, and the other half was painted with a musical note. He quickly thought in his mind whose name in the circle could match the one he drew. No one noticed the flash of understanding in Yang Huan's eyes the moment Zhu Hao opened the drawing board. No wonder she always felt like someone was staring at her. It turned out that the answer to the third question was her. How ridiculous. Zhang Qianyu thought for a long time before saying a name, and the result was obvious. After knowing that she was the subject, Yang Huan had no expectations for Jianle's painting. It was not that he thought Jianle would be the same as Zhu Hao and Jing Ying, but that the only thing that could represent her now was being covered in black. It was not until Jianle spread out his drawing board that everyone saw a different painting. If one were to use an idiom to describe it, it would be growing towards the sun. There was no complicated pattern on the drawing board, only a sun, a flower, and under the flower a little stickman looking up. Yang Huan blinked and whispered the answer, Yang Huan. At the end of the game, Jianle and Yang Huan won the reward with 2 points. How did you guess that? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene pricked up their ears curiously, wanting to hear the answer. Yang Huan had a blank expression on his face. The staff member's eyes told me that. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Chapter 11 Intimate Couple Photos. After a round of games, the 6 guests got back into the program team's car and headed to the next stop. Soon the car stopped in front of a basketball hall. Zhang Qianyu, who loves basketball, felt his blood boiling as soon as he saw the basketball hall. Director, are we going to play basketball next? No, Jiang Cheng responded ruthlessly. Have you ever seen a couple playing basketball together? How could there be no? Zhang Qianyu wanted to continue speaking, but his voice became smaller and smaller in Jiang Cheng's eyes until it disappeared. When I opened the basketball court, I found a different world inside. In the center of the venue, there were rows of fashionable and gorgeous clothes, as well as a dazzling array of jewelry and bags that were overwhelming. Jian Cheng turned to face the group and said, "The second task today is to take a set of impressive couple photos. The photos will be used for promotion of the show later. At the same time, we will open voting, and the winner will have special rights in the next episode." Upon hearing about the special rights, the other four people except Jianle and Yang Huan began to get excited. If you can get this reward, you don't have to worry about the love messages in the next period, and you can directly specify who to team up with. By then, even if we don't want to separate, we won't be able to do so. It can be said that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Jian Cheng poured a bucket of cold water on him. "I forgot to mention that all the clothes and makeup for today's photo shoot must be done by the male guests. Let them do it." Thinking about the last round of "you draw," I guess, their painting skills are hard to describe. If they really put makeup on themselves, the picture will be so beautiful that I can't even look at it directly. "Director, can I do my own makeup?" Zheng Ying really doesn't want to appear in a dating variety show and still leave a black history. No. That's pretty heartless. Forced to take on such an important task, Jianle and the other two had no choice but to accept their fate and choose clothes. Soon the three of them handed their chosen clothes to the staff and began to prepare for makeup. In fact, putting on makeup is just a matter of touching up makeup, because the three female guests were all wearing makeup before going out, and the program crew was not so crazy as to ask them to remove their makeup and then put it on again. But even so, Jianle was still a little at a loss as it was his first time to touch up a girl's makeup. Looking at the neatly arranged cosmetics on the dressing table, I just don't know where to start. In comparison, Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao were much more calm. After all, they had their own makeup artists and were quite familiar with these things. After spending nearly 2 days together, it was the first time that Yang Huan saw Jianle like this. He couldn't help but smile and casually took out a bottle of liquid foundation from the bottles and jars. "I usually don't like heavy makeup, so this will do." Jianle took it and began to recall the makeup videos she had seen before. She dropped some foundation on the back of her hand and gently spread it evenly, then started to apply makeup with a powder puff. The distance between them suddenly became very close, and staring at Jianle in front of him, Yang Huan's heartbeat suddenly became very fast. The blush slowly climbed up the earlobe, and their whole ear turned red as if it was congested. "What's the next step?" Jianle didn't notice anything wrong with her and asked seriously what to take next. Under Yang Huan's guidance, Jianle successfully touched up her makeup. Although the other two groups had some minor troubles, they still completed their makeup smoothly. While Yang Huan and the other two went to change their clothes, Jianle and the others also went to change into the clothes they had chosen. Da. A crisp sound rang out in the basketball hall. The three people who had been waiting outside looked up and saw Yang Huan and the others, wearing clothes of different styles, walking towards them step by step. "Oh my god, Zheng Ying, you look so beautiful in this dress. I suddenly discovered the special value of this show." Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao echoed each other, and although their tone was exaggerated, it was undeniable that it was indeed the fact. Tang Xin's originally straight hair was curled and scattered on her shoulders. The white strapless dress perfectly outlined her waistline. The hem of the skirt was dotted with sparkling diamonds, reflecting light under the lights. Zheng Ying's shoulder-length hair was tied into 2 buns, and she wore a small crown on her head. The pink train skirt showed off her slender legs, and there was a bow at her waist, making her look fashionable and cute. Yang Huan had her long straight black hair tied up with a hairpin. She was wearing a red off-shoulder long skirt which made her skin look even whiter. Her waistline was extremely thin and the hem of her skirt was in an arc shape from high to low, which just showed off her slender legs without being revealing at all. It's a feast for the eyes. At this moment, I shed tears of envy. There are lemons on the lemon tree, and I am the only one under the lemon tree. I am really sour. I felt suffocated when I thought about taking couple photos soon. How is it? Yang Huan stood in front of Jianle and spoke with a smile. It looks good, Jianle said honestly. I didn't expect that I have a good taste in choosing clothes. Is it the person or the clothes that are good looking? The clothes are just the icing on the cake. The two people's conversation did not avoid the camera at all, which made people feel even sweeter. What a great icing on the cake. If you can talk, just say more. Good fellow, in just one night, Yang Huan seemed to have opened up his ren and du meridians. I am a local dog, I just love to watch extreme tug of war. What should I do if I want to take a nap? No matter how happy the barrage is, the photographer has already started preparing to take pictures. Perhaps Jian and Yang Huan's group had the highest popularity in the live broadcast room, so Jiang Cheng decided to shoot them first. Come closer, yes, Jian, put your hands on Yang Huan's waist. The photographer kept asking the two to adjust. Your eyesight is not good enough, there should be light in your eyes when you look at each other. God, there is light. He and Yang Huan are not real lovers, so where can he find light? Besides, if it weren't for the mission, he would have felt like a hooligan if he put his hand on someone's waist like this. Don't be nervous, just look at me. Yang Huan also knew what the problem between the two of them was, and decided to help him get into the mood, otherwise it would be quite awkward to keep doing this. With Yang Huan's active involvement, the action was quickly filmed. As a result, the next action stunned both of them. Don't stand there like an idiot. Jian, sit on the sofa. Yang Huan hugged Jian's neck from behind, and then the two of them smiled at each other. Isn't it so exciting? Hugging the neck is equivalent to being close to the body, rounding it up to be close. I just want to say that the photographer did a great job. In order not to delay the progress, Jian sat down resignedly. He didn't understand why things turned out like this. He just wants to make some money, why is it so difficult? Yang Huan's mental state wasn't much better either. She had never been so close to a boy before. Mainly because she was really afraid that she would bring bad luck to Jian. It's okay, just treat me like a wooden man. Listen to the words. Yang Huan's previous emotions faded away, and his face was a little speechless. Whose wooden man is so handsome? Can he have some self-awareness that he is a handsome guy? The slender body slowly leaned against Jian's back, and the arms gently hugged his neck. One of them tilted his head, and the other turned his head to the side. The same thing was that both of them had smiles on their faces. Click. Perfect. Chapter 12 Surprise now. With a click, Yang Huan quickly got up from behind Jian and turned his head away awkwardly. Jian was not much better, as he didn't know that his whole body was stiff when the photo was taken just now, and he didn't know where to put his hands. The photographer had no idea what the two were thinking. He was concentrating on checking the photos they had taken. Only after he confirmed that there were no problems did he wave his hand and let the two go to rest. Seeing this, Jian and Yang Huan both breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned back to the fitting room to change clothes. However, their backs looked like they were fleeing in a panic. Everyone at the scene was amused by the two people's reactions. It was just a photo, but why were these two like young boys who had just fallen in love and were still shy? The next group comes over to take pictures. Hearing the photographer's voice, Jingying and Zhang Qianyu walked over and began to perform intimate actions as requested. First, they held hands and smiled back at the camera. Then Zhang Qianyu lowered his head and Jingying looked up, and they looked at each other affectionately. Fortunately, due to the extreme cooperation between the two, their group completed the shooting easily. Good photos, the photographer praised. The next group can come over. Just like the previous group, Tangshan and Zhu Hao also cooperated well. In one photo, Zhu Hao patted her head lovingly, and Tangshan looked at him with a smile. In another photo, Zhu Hao hugged Tangshan from behind, and they both smiled sweetly at the camera. I have to say that the photographer put a lot of thought into the program crew's little tricks. Each set of photos is full of ambiguity, and this is before post-production. Once the post-production photos come out, you can imagine how many people will be attracted by them. If you don't believe it, just look at the excited faces of the staff on the scene. After playing games and taking promotional photos for a whole day, the 6 people returned to their villa to find that a beautiful music stage had been built in the garden outside, with warm little light bulbs hanging on the ceiling. Director, what do you want to play? Zhu Hao, who had been hungry for a day, spoke weakly. If he had known that the production team wouldn't even arrange lunch, he should have gotten up earlier and had breakfast. Jian Cheng smiled and said, a good day always has to have a good ending, so before dinner, let's play a little music game called You Sing and I Listen. Of course, as a benefit, the program team has prepared a sumptuous seafood feast for you. The staff pushed in a food cart loaded with all kinds of seafood and delicacies of different flavors. The aroma of the food soon filled the living room. Jian knew very well that Jiang Cheng would not agree so easily given his personality. As expected, Jiang Cheng continued, there is only one seafood dinner, which means whoever sings the music that impresses the female guest more will win. No way, we still want to play games. Jingying said with a bitter face, can't we just have a good meal? If I pay for it myself, can I not play games? Thinking of his own excited funds, Yang Wan made a suggestion. When Tangshan heard that she could pay for it herself, her eyes lit up. However, before she could say anything, Jiang Cheng blocked her way. Refuse any use of your own funds, including the bonus funds awarded by the program team. After all, he is a senior, and Jiang Cheng knows exactly what these people are thinking. Besides, he had his reasons for arranging the game at the last minute. For example, Jiang Cheng didn't know what he was thinking about. He narrowed his eyes, and his gaze passed over Jianla imperceptibly, like the song this kid sang. After fermenting for a day yesterday, the half of the song sung by Jianla spread widely on the internet, not only on Weibo, but also on WeChat Moments. Many passers-by even went to the official Weibo to ask for the full version, and threatened to give it a low score if it was not given. As a director, he can accept the royal party but cannot accept low ratings for his shows. After hearing that the reward was a seafood dinner, Jianla, who was determined to give up, never expected that this game was aimed at him. Now I feel like I want to get off work. Jiang Cheng had already learned from his brother Jian Kang that if he wanted Jianla to take action, he just had to give him money. He added calmly, of course, in addition to this, the winning guest will receive an extra 1,000 yuan in the next episode. In an instant, Jianla's tiredness was swept away, and he was thinking about what to perform. In my song definitely wouldn't work. He deliberately only sang half of it. If he had sung the whole thing, who knows who would have stolen it? Although he has registered the copyright, sometimes money is everything. What are you going to sing? Yang Wan tilted his head, or continue singing the song you sang yesterday. She really liked that song and even secretly recalled how to sing it last night. No, sing something else. 10 minutes later, Yang Wan, Tangshan and Jingying sat in the seats arranged by the program team to act as referees. In addition to the three of them, the program team also arranged 2 other staff members in order to prevent someone from making a choice against their will. Who do you think will win? Jingying asked in a low voice while waiting. Tangshan, it should be Zhu Hao. He is the only singer among the 3. Nope. Yang Wan refuted in his heart, but remained calm and said, we can't generalize. I think Jianla might give us a surprise. It seems that Sister Yang Wan is very confident in her dream object. Jingying deliberately emphasized her tone when she mentioned her dream object, blinking innocently. I just don't know if it will still be the case in the next issue. Do you know what it means to be content with your own business? That's what you are doing now. After Yang Wan finished her retort, she found that everyone was staring at her in amazement, and then they realized what they had done. It's over, I'm going to be hacked again. I don't know why, but when I saw Yang Wan arguing with Jingying, I actually felt a little bit happy. Confirmed, Yang Wan has opened up the Ren and Du meridians. Knock your mother, don't you know what kind of person you are? How dare you confront my wife? Suddenly, the lights on the stage came on, and Jianla sat on a high stool holding a guitar, plucking the strings with his brows lowered. After getting the Swana reward last night, he tried again to see if he could get a sheet of music for 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Who would have thought that there would be another 10 minutes of guitar playing? He even doubted whether there were only 2 musical instruments in here. Now he is going to sing a song that was very popular in his previous life, and tickets for the singer's concert are hard to come by. The low sound of guitar slowly sounded, and as Jianla started to sing, the scene fell into silence. Crying in the crowd, you just want to become a transparent color. You will never dream or feel pain or heartache again. You have made up your mind. You have made up your mind. You are not truly happy. Your smile is just a protective color you wear. You have decided not to hate, and you have also decided not to love, and you have locked your soul in a body that is locked forever. Jianla still only sang 1 paragraph before stopping. At this time, he was holding the guitar, with tenderness in his deep eyes. This is for all the people, whether happy or unhappy. In this world, some people move forward with heavy burdens, while others force themselves to smile, but only they themselves know whether they are happy. Stop right there. Who taught you to only sing half of a song? You know how to keep people on suspense. This is no less than me taking off my pants and showing me this. Brother, it's a miracle that someone like you can still live and grow up. Yang Wan came back to his senses from the shock, raised his almond-shaped eyes slightly, and said word by word, are you surprised now? Chapter 13. So you are my new neighbor. It's not you who sang it. Why are you so proud, Sister Yang Huan? Isn't he Jian an amateur? How can his singing and guitar playing skills look like those of an amateur? Or was this a cover-up deliberately arranged by the program team, and is Jian actually a trainee who has been trained for a long time by some company? Zheng Ying was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice that Zhang Qianyu had already come on stage. Yang Huan didn't bother to pay attention to her. He was still thinking about the lyrics of the song. Every word he said hit her heart. It's a pity that it's not the complete version, and I don't know when I can hear the whole song. With Jian's excellent performance as an example, Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao's singing, although good, is no longer as attractive. When the voting results were announced, Tangshan became more determined to team up with Jian, and there would definitely be more topics to talk about following him. It seems that I need to talk to the company and the program team for the next episode. Although Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao were unwilling to accept their defeat, they knew that Jian's singing was indeed slightly better. Congratulations to Jian for winning the seafood dinner. If the live broadcast hadn't ended yet, Jiang Cheng really wanted to go up and pat Jian on the shoulder and say well done. Although it is not the song that netizens expected, the effect has been achieved. Just look at the hot searches on Weibo now and you will know that Jian has started to become popular. The portion of the seafood feast was too large, and in order to avoid waste, Jian first asked Yang Huan for his opinion before inviting the other four people to enjoy it together. After dinner, the live broadcast will end. Our first recording session has concluded successfully today. See you in the next one. Knock knock. Jian had just finished taking a shower when he heard a knock on the door. He opened it and saw the staff apologetically saying, "Teacher Jian, sorry to bother you. We need you to record an interview." Interview? Jian raised his eyebrows. Yes, just a few simple questions. It won't take too long. Jian followed the staff downstairs to the interview room, where someone was already waiting inside. Let's get started. The staff nodded and began to ask questions according to the script in hand. What are Mr. Jian's standards for love? It's not quite appropriate to describe it as a standard. If you meet someone you like, will you stop liking her just because she doesn't meet your initial standards? What does Teacher Jian think about love? That's great. From one person to two, we can share all the joys and sorrows. No matter what the final result is, the process of being in love is at least sweet. What's your biggest regret about your last relationship? Jian was stunned. He had lived in two different worlds, so where did his last relationship come from? Did Uncle Jiang ask the wrong question? No. As the staff member finished the last question, Jian sighed softly. It was finally over. Just ask a few simple questions and I'll be damned if I can't get you clean. After returning to the room, Jian fell asleep immediately, completely unaware that there had been a huge uproar on the internet because of him. Jian new song #. Kneeling to ask for Jian's debut #. Treasure boy Jian I am not truly happy. This song really made me cry. I live in depression every day. No one cares whether I am happy or not. They just say how can a child like you have depression? It hits my heart straight. Is there really no company that signed Jian? If Jian releases an album, I will definitely buy it. The number of topics related to Jian on Weibo soared, and the official Weibo of Heart-Stirring Lover was also occupied by netizens. They all asked Jian to open a Weibo account, and in the end it even became Jian to open a Weibo account tomorrow. Many netizens continued to threaten the program team, asking them to release the full version of the audio as soon as possible. Entertainment companies that were originally planning to wait and see could no longer sit still when they saw the popularity of the talent and began to arrange people to prepare to recruit talent. The next day, Jian took back his cell phone and left the Shindong villa dragging his suitcase. After returning to the city, he did not go back to Jiangjingyuan Yuan, but went to see his father first. When he heard his own voice as soon as he opened the door, Jian felt like a social stunt. He didn't think anything of it during the show, but now that he saw his dad enjoying it, he just wanted to sing, "Goodbye, Dad. I'm sailing away tonight." Just as he was struggling to decide whether to go in or not, Jian Kang turned around and said, "Hey, you're back, come here quickly." Jian walked over helplessly. "Can't you just watch a TV show or something?" "My son is not as good as the TV series," Jian Kang said proudly, and kept asking, "What are the names of the two songs you sang?" When can you sing them for me? Listening to the sound ringing in his ears, Jian had only one thought, which was to beat himself to death. What's wrong with him that he chooses to come to his dad first? Would you like some tea? I'm not thirsty. Jian Kang waved his hands and suddenly moved closer. Son, how do you feel about your girlfriend on the show? Do you look very moved? No, Jian shook his head, stood up and ran with his suitcase. Dad, I suddenly remembered something, so I'm leaving first. The door closed, and Jian patted his chest with lingering fear. It seemed that he couldn't come here recently. It seemed that his father was obsessed with urging him to get married. Fortunately, his cheap mother went out for a trip recently and will not be back for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, we will become a duo urging marriage. On their way back to Jian, Jian's phone rang no less than n times, but he didn't answer any of them. Any number that is not in the remarks is a scam call. I told you, I don't know. If you have the ability, you should go find it yourself instead of getting angry in front of me. Yang Wan looked at the floors on the elevator and spoke into the phone with great fatigue. From Shandong to Jian, she received at least 10 calls from the company, all asking her to contact Jianla and find ways to recruit people into the company. Yang Wan, do you know what you are talking about? Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wan leaned weakly against the wall, her eyes dull and lifeless, as if the girl who smiled brightly in the program group had disappeared again. This is the scene Jian saw when she entered the corridor. Although she was surprised why Yang Wan was here, this was a residential area after all, and it was a bit dangerous for her to not provide any cover. Why don't you go in? A deep voice sounded overhead. Yang Wan raised his eyes and found Jian looking at him. He didn't know when he came or how much he had listened to on the phone call. Her red lips moved. She wanted to ask him how long he had been here, but she swallowed the words back. I was thinking about something and didn't pay attention. The two entered the elevator, and Yang Wan pressed the floor button first. Only then did Jian realize that his new neighbor was Yang Wan. No wonder he always felt familiar with Yang Wan when he looked at his information. It turns out that I am just too willing to help others. So you recognized me already. Well, I was surprised to see you then. Jian thought back to Yang Wan's expression when he saw him at the Shandong Villa. He was obviously very calm. How surprised. As if knowing what he was thinking, Yang Wan added, surprised inside. I don't believe it. Jian, do you have any dreams? Chapter 14. Do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Hearing this question again, Jian couldn't help but be absent-minded, and his thoughts drifted away. Someone had asked him this question in his previous life, and what did he say? Jian thought carefully and found that some of the memories were too old and he could not remember them clearly. Seeing him in a trance, Yang Wan called out worriedly, Jian. Jian came back to his senses, suppressed the fluctuations in his heart, and said jokingly, probably to stay alive and make money. Yang Wan could understand the desire to make money. In today's society, who doesn't dream of getting rich quickly? But living. It was the first time that Yang Wan heard of such a special dream. So do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Yang Wan asked for some unknown reason. After she finished speaking, she began to regret it. How could she ask such a question? Jian had clearly already asked it before. I'm sorry, In no mood. Yang Wan was interrupted before she could finish her words. Jian was not surprised by her question. Everyone is curious, and it was not something that could not be asked. I guess many people now think that the reason why he participated in the dating variety show is that he wanted to successfully enter the entertainment industry through this show. After all, there are many examples in the circle. The two were silent until the elevator dinged and the door slowly opened. When Jian took out the key to open the door, he found a separate key in his pocket. He took it out in confusion, only to find that he had casually put the key given by Yang Wan into his pocket that day. Seeing that Yang Wan was about to close the door, he suddenly teased, Teacher Yang, where is my bicycle? Yang Wan stopped closing the door and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw Jian waving a key at her, and then she remembered that there was a gift. Then he jokingly said, Don't worry, Mr. Jian, the bicycle won't run away. I don't know what touched their funny bone, but they both laughed at the same time, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. After closing the door, Jian took a bottle of drink from the refrigerator, opened the pull ring with one hand, and began to gulp it down, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Suddenly, I saw the screen of the mobile phone on the table light up. I walked over to check and saw another unfamiliar number. Jian frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, this number had called no less than 5 times. Which fraud company was so persistent? Didn't they screen him before calling? Didn't they know he was a poor guy? Just when the phone was about to hang up automatically, Jian answered it. He suddenly became a little curious about how the other party cheated him. I don't buy insurance or houses, and I don't look at luxury cars or shops. You still have to have the right attitude. On the 24th floor of Tianhua Entertainment, Lijian was happy that the call was finally connected, but suddenly she heard such a sentence and couldn't help but wonder if she had dialed the wrong number. I took it and looked at it, and the number was correct. Hello, is this Jian? Lijian asked tentatively. As soon as she opened her mouth, Jian knew that she had nothing to do with the fraud group. His interest immediately faded, and even his voice became much colder. Who are you? After confirming that it was her, Lijian looked slightly excited. I am Lijian, the agent of Tianhua Entertainment. When it comes to Tianhua Entertainment, Jian has an impression. Because Tianhua Entertainment is not only the company where Yang Wan works, but also the top entertainment company in the domestic entertainment industry. It has many first-line artists, and the boy and girl groups it has launched are also gaining momentum. There are also countless trainees who have yet to debut. Some netizens once joked that Tianhua Entertainment is a star-making entertainment company. As long as one can sign a contract with Tianhua and make a successful debut, the final achievement will not be too low. However, a company that doesn't even protect its own artists must have been corrupted internally for a long time, and the online blackening might also be the work of Tianhua. Lijian didn't know what Jian was thinking, and continued to chatter. It's like this, our company likes you very much, if you sign with our company. Oh, not interested. Jian interrupted her and hung up the phone mercilessly. Not to mention that he has no intention of entering the circle. Even if he does, based on the fact that he used to live in a world with developed entertainment, plus his current golden finger, it is not that he is confident, but he can enter any domestic entertainment company as long as he wants. Unless someone wants to give up the traffic password. After being successful in the industry for so long, this was the first time that Lijian was hung up on. Her already harsh face immediately tensed up and she looked very unhappy. If Jian didn't have some talent, she wouldn't even look at him. After hanging up the phone, Jian suddenly thought of what Yang Wan asked him in the elevator. Combined with the fact that she felt strange when they entered the elevator, he realized that he was the source. On the other side, Yang Wan wanted to continue writing the score for a new song, but received a call from his mother. Has Yang eaten yet? The takeaway I ordered hasn't arrived yet. I've told you to eat less takeout, it's not healthy for your body, Su Weiping, Yang Wan's mother, said earnestly, why don't you find a date? Mom thinks that guy named Jian is good. I don't mean anything else, I just want someone to be with you. Hearing this, the corner of Yang Wan's mouth twitched. She knew that her mother's call at this time was definitely not a simple greeting. Sure enough, it's another round of urging for marriage. But this time, he actually fell in love with Jian. Yang Wan pressed his brow helplessly. Mom, I'm only a little old, there's no need to be so anxious. Don't worry, your next-door neighbor's daughter is the same age as you, and she's old enough to help with cooking. Yes, you have said this many times. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Mom, someone is looking for me. I won't tell you yet. Okay, but remember what Mom said. I think Jian looks like. It's finally quiet. Otherwise, with her mother's style, this call would not be over in an hour. Yang Wan got up to open the door, wondering who the visitor might be. But when she opened the door, she saw a figure that surprised her. The main reason was that this person had just appeared in her mother's mouth, which made Yang Wan feel embarrassed when she saw him now. Jian, what's the matter? Tianhua Entertainment contacted me, did you know? Jian asked bluntly. I knew it was only a matter of time before the company contacted Jian, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Yang Wan didn't want the people in front of him to misunderstand, so he pursed his lips and explained, my agent called me earlier and asked me to contact you, but I refused. So it was really me who made things difficult for her. Judging from Yang Wan's current reputation, she must not be having a good time in the company. Otherwise, as she is just an agent, there is no need for her to be so tired. I know it's not you. Jian didn't want her to have any psychological burden, so he told her that he thought Li Jian was a fraud, which made Yang Wan laugh out loud. Your agent must be pissed now. Yang Wan said with a smile. Sister Li probably never thought that she would be regarded as a fraudster, but your words were too fluent. Jian spread his hands. I can't help it. These days, fraud is everywhere, so I have gained experience from fighting hundreds of battles. The more humorously he spoke, the deeper Yang laughed, and there was no trace of decadence on his face. After a while, Yang Wan realized that the two were still standing at the door, and subconsciously blurted out, "Why don't you come in and sit down?" Chapter 15 I want an S-class contract. As soon as the words came out, Yang Wan and Jian were both stunned. It took Yang Wan a long while to realize what she had said. A blush immediately dyed her cheeks red, and her earlobes also became red and swollen. How could she say that? If you didn't know, you would think she had some ulterior motive. After all, it didn't seem proper for a single girl to invite a boy into her house. I didn't mean that, Yang Wan stuttered. I just think it's a bit weird to talk while standing. He explained frantically, but he was extremely upset. It was the first time that Jian saw Yang Wan like this, and he thought it was quite cute. He raised his hand to his lips to hide the smile on his lips. I understand. Do you mind if I go in and have a cup of tea? Listen to the words. Yang Wan quickly moved aside to let Jian in, and he followed behind in unison. Maybe it was because of the incident just now. Although the two of them were sitting on opposite sides, there was something wrong with the atmosphere between them. Yang Wan drank some ice water and waited for the dryness on his face to fade away. Based on my experience, Sister Li will not give up. That will still be the answer. At this time, neither of them expected that the follow-up would come so quickly. After Jian finished speaking, he immediately looked at Yang Wan very seriously. Can I ask how you were accused of plagiarism? Speaking of this issue, Jian could clearly feel the change in Yang Wan's mood. If her smile was as bright as the sun in the last second, now she was like a flower that was about to wither. After waiting for a long time without hearing a reply, just when Jian was about to say it was okay, Yang Wan spoke. I have the habit of keeping handwritten notes when I write songs. I would organize and put the manuscripts together after each recording. But later I found that some of my manuscripts were missing. I thought I had misplaced them, but I saw them again the next day. I didn't think it was wrong until someone comes forward with the same manuscript and says you plagiarized, right? Jian guessed based on what she said. Yang Wan nodded. I've read the manuscript, it's the same melody as mine, and the company didn't do any public relations, so I knew I had fallen into a trap. Even though she had argued with the company many times and even wanted to sue them, all her arguments were suppressed because the person who took out the manuscript was the daughter of a senior executive of the company. She felt like a clown at the time, and she even thought that the company could do public relations for her. Jian pondered, since you have the habit of memoizing manuscripts, you should be able to mark them. I looked carefully, and the mark is the same as mine. Jian didn't quite believe this. Nothing in the world is the same. Even twins will have slight differences, let alone a forged manuscript. It's just that maybe the person they hired was too skilled, and Yang Wan couldn't tell the difference by the slightest difference. Do you still have the manuscript? Have. Yang Wan didn't know why she asked this, but he answered obediently and even took out the manuscript. After taking the manuscript, Jian did not explain what he was going to do. He was afraid that if he guessed wrong, Yang Wan would be happy for nothing. So let's make sure. Would you mind letting me take it back and have a look? The next day, Jian looked at the two people opposite him expressionlessly, with a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth. Just this morning he received a call from a college classmate who said he had just arrived in the city and they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they wanted to go out for dinner. What he thought at the time was that since he had become the original owner, some relationships had to be maintained. Moreover, others had called and invited him, so it would be too much to refuse. As a result, when he arrived at the designated restaurant, Jian saw a person who should not be at the dinner table. That's Li Jian. No explanation. Jian threw down the menu in his hand and leaned back, his originally deep voice now revealing a chill. Song Hao also knew that what he did was not right, bringing his aunt here without saying hello, but he was also doing it for Jian's good. His aunt had analyzed with him that as long as Jian could sign a contract with Tianhua, he would not only get a Class B contract that newcomers don't have, but also have the opportunity to hold his own concert. After all, they were college roommates, so it was only right for him to help make the connection. "I'm sorry, Jianle," Song Hao apologized first, then said, "but I think you can listen to the conditions offered by Tianhua before making a decision." "So you're teaching me how to do things?" Jianle sneered, "Who do you think you are to make my decisions, huh?" Song Hao choked and his expression turned ugly because of these two sentences. He really didn't expect Jianle to be so disrespectful. Fortunately, Jianle didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise he would definitely ask, "Is your face valuable?" Seeing her nephew being scolded, Lijian couldn't sit still anymore and reached out to Jianle. "Hello Jianle, I'm Lijian, I contacted you on the phone." "I think I made myself clear on the phone." Jianle ignored the hand she extended. Lijian's smile froze for a moment after being humiliated, but soon returned to normal. "I think we can try to talk about it, or you can put forward any conditions you have." Hearing this, Jianle raised his eyelids and said slowly, "If it's an S-level contract, I'll consider it." After all, his golden finger is unique in the whole world, so it's not too much to ask for an S-level contract. What's more, after knowing some things last night, he had even less good feelings towards Tianhua Entertainment. What a joke! Lijian's eyes widened. Jianle was an unknown amateur, but after singing 2 incomplete songs, he became ambitious and wanted the highest contract. What is an S-level contract? That is the treatment only available to first-line artists, and not all first-line artists can sign this contract. Even Song Hao, who was standing by, thought that Jianle was crazy for asking for such a high price. "Jianle, do you know what you are saying?" Lijian regained her voice. "Tianhua was able to give you a B-level contract because of your performance on the show. The implication is that you made money." Facing her questioning, Jianle calmly picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, then asked back, "Didn't you say that I can make conditions?" "I have already made them." Song Hao couldn't bear to watch it any longer. "Jianle, your conditions are too high. No company in the industry will give you that." "Who would have expected?" Jianle shrugged nonchalantly, left a word and said, "That only means I have no destiny with the entertainment industry." The conversation failed, and Lijian and Song Hao could only watch Jianle leave. "Aunt, what should we do now?" "It's okay. I just want to confirm his attitude in person today." Lijian took out the contract from her bag and flipped through it casually. She could see that Jianle really had no intention of signing the contract. Originally, she came here today thinking that if Jianle agreed, she would sign the contract on the spot. Now it seems that this contract will not be used for a while. In this case, there is no point in staying. She wanted to see what capital Jianle had to reject Tianhua Entertainment. After leaving the coffee shop, Jianle saw a shopping mall nearby. He paused, then turned in. When he came out, he was holding a large bag of snacks in his hand. "You exist, deep in my mind, in my dreams, in my heart, in my songs." A familiar ringtone suddenly rang in my pocket. Jianle found this ringtone edited by someone else when he was browsing Weibo this morning. After all, he sang it himself, so he downloaded it and made it into a ringtone without thinking. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Cheng's deep voice came through the receiver. "The promotional photos have been prepared. Please remember to repost them on the official blog later." Chapter 16. The second recording is here. "I don't have a Weibo account." Jianle's refusal was obvious. He thought he was more suited to being a surfer. After he opened a Weibo account, many things happened one after another. If he had known he would say that, Jiang Cheng snorted and laughed on the other end of the phone. "No Weibo account, right? The contract states that all guests must cooperate with the program promotion work, otherwise the program team has the right to reduce." Jiang Cheng didn't say directly what to reduce, but Jianle understood. What else does he not understand now? His cheap old father must have sold him out again, otherwise how could Jiang Cheng easily grasp his vital points? Who said there are only sons who betray their fathers? There are obviously also fathers who betray their sons. Jianle spoke word by word, and his tone sounded a bit like gnashing teeth. "Got it. I'll go and transfer right away. This should be okay now, right? Stinky boy, that's right, remember to say something nice. This is what it means to push for more." After the call ended, Jianle opened Weibo, logged out of the account he used to surf the internet, and registered a new account with the same number. A small incident occurred when he was filling in the nickname. I don't know who used his name, but when I filled in the nickname Jian in the column, it always showed that the nickname was taken. There was no choice, so he finally chose the name I am Jian. Click on the official Weibo of Heartbeating Lover, and the latest news will be displayed. Heartbeat Lover V, which of the latest couple photos do you like the most? The following are some photos taken at that time. Jian looked at the photo of him and Yang Wan sitting on the sofa and smiling at each other, with confusion in his eyes. Were his eyes so affectionate at that time? If he wasn't the protagonist, he would have thought the people in the photo were a young couple in love. I threw away the thoughts in my mind with a funny look, started to edit the text slowly, and then the sentence, "I only have eyes for you," came out freshly. After forwarding the message, Jian left Weibo, having no idea how much attention his words had generated. The netizens who were following the official blog were extremely excited. I only have eyes for you, what kind of sweet candy is this? What the hell, it's officially announced now. Sugar is sweetest when it is not hidden. Yang Wan also saw Jian's Weibo. He knew in his heart that he was just saying it superficially, but he couldn't help blushing when he thought about what happened yesterday. That night, Jian was holding a bag of potato chips and eating while looking at the two manuscripts on the table. It was just as Yang Wan said, even the marks were copied. If people didn't know the truth, they would think they were written by the same person. Suddenly, Jian stopped looking, put the potato chips in his hand aside, and moved closer to the manuscript. After a while, a smile appeared on Qinjuan's face. TSK, he actually found it. It's true that even the most careful planning can lead to a loophole. But you have to think carefully about how to expose it, and it would be best if you can turn the tables in one fell swoop. Bite. The phone on the table rang. Jian opened it and saw that it was a message from the program team, informing them that the second recording would start tomorrow and that all guests must arrive at the Heartbeating Villa before 10 o'clock. The program team will formulate rewards based on the arrival time of the guests. However, the program crew didn't notify the guests until midnight, so they might have bad intentions. In that case, let us open a blind box first. Jian first looked at his original reward, and then started playing the video. Watch the video for 60 seconds and you will receive the score of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Oh shit! As soon as he saw the reward, Jian said his old catchphrase. With the music score and the swana as accompaniment, he can simply kill everyone. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the door of the Heartbeating Villa was opened. Zheng Ying was wearing a pink sweatshirt and a short skirt, and she looked full of energy. I'm actually the first one back. I wonder if the others are still sleeping in. I want to sleep, too, but the production crew won't let me. Zhang Qianyu, who arrived half a minute late, looked like he had not woken up yet. He dragged his sleepy body and sat down on the sofa. If he were given a bed now, he would probably fall asleep as soon as he lay down. Zheng Ying poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Brother Qianyu, what was the night scene you filmed last night? Zhang Qianyu hummed and drank the tea in one gulp, then he felt a little more energetic. Soon, Tangshan and Zhu Hao also arrived at the villa. The four of them exchanged greetings first, but after that, there was still no sign of Yang Wan and Jian. I couldn't help but wonder, did these two people not receive the notice? It's already 9 o'clock and they haven't arrived yet. Just as they were wondering, Jian and Yang Wan arrived late, and they entered the living room one after the other. You guys came together. Tangshan looked back and forth between the two of them, as if trying to figure out something from them. Jian, we met on the road, what happened? The fact that he and Yang Wan are neighbors cannot be exposed, otherwise it will be another topic for his haters. In fact, the reason why he came so late was that before leaving, he had found Yang Wan and told her about the flaw in the manuscript, so he wanted to take advantage of the live broadcast to naturally bring up the topic. Tangshan grinned, it's okay, I thought you were secretly together behind our backs. In fact, they now have complicated feelings towards Jian. Just after the end of the first episode, they also learned that Jian is now very popular on the internet, and even knew that he had sung more than one original song. If he can come up with songs of the same quality in the future, I'm afraid he will receive a lot of invitations after the show ends. Everyone is welcome to return to our villa. Jian Cheng walked in slowly wearing a fisherman's hat. The rules of the new show have changed a little bit. In the new show, you can choose to change your crush through the task completion mode. I have reason to suspect that the director is targeting Jian. If you really change your partner, then what's the point? Although everyone likes to watch Shura Field, no one would watch this kind of forced dog. I hope the director doesn't commit suicide. What if I get rejected? Zheng Ying raised her hand. That can't be helped. Although he is the director, some things he sets cannot be too annoying. As for this rule, it is just to add highlights to the show. It is up to the guests to change it or not. Before the new task began, Jiang Cheng first announced the online voting results. The group of Jianla and Yang Huan received a total of 520,512 votes, ranking first, so both of them will have special rights in this round. There's another 1,000 yuan. Jianla added. Jiang Cheng. This guy is obsessed with money, can't he learn from Jack Ma and not be interested in money? Seeing that the director was speechless, Yang Huan smiled slightly. Jianla was indeed a person who dreamed of getting rich quickly. Someone on staff will give it to you. After saying that, Jiang Cheng left the living room. What's going on? The 6 people were confused. Weren't they on a mission? How could they move freely now? Unable to guess what the production crew was planning, the guests decided to pack up their things first and then come down to eat. But when Yang Huan opened the refrigerator, he found that there was no food inside, only a pink card. In the new episode, all meals will be prepared by the guests themselves. Please learn how to be a good partner. Chapter 17 Cooking Together. Knew the dog show would cause trouble. Zhu Hao complained and looked at the others, who among you can cook? After he finished speaking, the guests remained silent. There was nothing they could do. They usually spent all their time acting and singing and had no time to cook for themselves. Yang Huan thought for a moment and said softly, I know a little bit, but... Really? That's great. Zheng Ying interrupted the second half of Yang Huan's sentence. What she was thinking now was that if someone among them could cook, they wouldn't have to go hungry. All the cooking tasks from now on can be left to Yang Huan. She thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't know that her thoughts were written all over her face. Jianla snorted, what does it have to do with you if she can cook? Since we all live together, we can cook on a daily basis. Today it's Yang Huan and I, you can discuss whose turn it is tomorrow. Are you kidding? We are all here as guests, why should one person take it all? Now, no one spoke. After all, Jianla's attitude was clear, and they couldn't force Yang Huan to cook. This time Jin Xiaoler is very manly, worthy of being the one I like. To speak up and defend without hesitation, what is this called? It's called love. I was quite angry when I heard Jing Ying's words, but now I just want to laugh. Suddenly I want to start a famous car rollover scene. What Jianla said makes sense. Then let's take turns. Fearing that the atmosphere would be too awkward, Zhang Qianyu began to smooth things over. After the division of labor, Jianla and Yang Huan prepared to go out. There's nothing in the refrigerator. I have to go to the supermarket to buy some things. I didn't finish my sentence just now. Actually, my cooking tastes a little weird. She once made it on a whim, and her parents only said one thing after the meal, girl, you don't have to know how to cook. This sentence was quite a blow to her at the time, but she didn't believe it and made it a few more times. Her friends who had tasted it all had something to say. They even made fun of how her appearance didn't match her inner self. It's okay if you can't cook, Jianla comforted her, because I can cook. I was just too lazy to speak. The two of them came to the nearest shopping mall and pushed the cart towards the vegetable section. When passing by the snack area, Jianla noticed that the people around him slowed down. Turning his head, he saw Yang Huan looking greedy and hesitant. I know that female celebrities have to manage their body shape and usually don't eat high-calorie foods, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Should I take it or not? Yang Huan was still struggling with her inner thoughts when an arm reached out in front of her and picked up the bag of potato chips. I suddenly want to eat some snacks, so I'll just bring some back. Jianla grabbed a few more packs of different flavors and said, let's go. His tone was so natural that Yang Huan didn't think much about it and nodded and followed. Next, I saw Jianla always stopping to get a bag of snacks, which were her favorites. Only then did I realize something was wrong. You didn't take it from me. This silly girl finally reacted. I just saw Jianla taking snacks along the way, even though he hadn't read anything. To be honest, he pays attention to small details and doesn't try too hard to interact with girls. Female stars love to manage their body shape, so he didn't expose Yang Wan and said that he took it because he wanted to eat it. With such a big candy in your mouth, why don't you start eating it quickly? Jian nodded, eat if you want to, a little bit won't make a difference. Sometimes he really doesn't understand why female stars only eat one cookie a day and sacrifice their health for the sake of their figure. Perhaps because she accepted what he said, Yang Wan didn't need him to do anything else and just threw the food in. After getting the snacks, they went to buy seafood, vegetables, fruits, etc. When they finally left the mall, Jian carried the heavy items himself and gave the lighter items to Yang Wan. The two returned to the villa and found the living room empty. Where did they go? I don't know, let's cook first. Jian took out the dishes he was going to use, put the rest in the refrigerator, and prepared to start cooking. Next second, the sound of cutting vegetables could be heard. Yang Wan looked at Jian cutting vegetables while he was doing nothing and felt bad. How about I help you wash the vegetables? Can. There were two people in the kitchen, one cutting vegetables while the other washing them. Although they didn't talk, the scene looked very warm. Well, why do I see a sense of déjà vu of an old married couple? You know what, this is how my husband and I behave at home. These two are so natural that it seems like they have been in love for a long time. When Tangshan and others came back from outside with fruit baskets, they smelled a strong fragrance as soon as they opened the door. Looking for the scent, they found that the dishes were already laid out on the table. Wow, it smells so good. I thought you guys would be gone for a long time. The nearby shopping mall we went to is not too far away. Yang Wan smiled faintly, where did you go? Speaking of this, Tangshan's face was full of resentment. Anyway, her external personality was straightforward and outspoken, so she was not afraid of destroying her image when she spoke of this. The director took me to pick fruit. It was so hot that I was dying. It's really hot. Zhang Qianyu seconded. Although it is only a little after 10 o'clock, the sun is already very strong after 10 o'clock in this season, and the boys can hardly bear it. What more, what about Tangshan and Jingying, who are girls? After complaining, the four of them went back to their rooms to tidy up. When they went downstairs, Jian had just brought the last dish to the table. Several people sat down and started to eat, and they all expressed their praise after taking the first bite. It's delicious. I didn't expect that you, Jian, can cook. Jian said succinctly, I usually like to tinker with things myself. As for the real reason why he learned to cook, let us not talk about it. It's really embarrassing. This can be regarded as the first dark history in his life. After dinner, several people sat in the living room, enjoying the fruits. Perhaps because she was too bored, Jingying suddenly suggested, why don't we play truth or dare? Knowing that the opportunity had come, Jian and Yang Wan exchanged glances. Seeing that no one objected, Jingying ran to the kitchen excitedly and took out a bottle of mineral water. Whoever the bottle mouth passes to must make a choice. If they don't choose, they must accept the punishment. She placed the mineral water on the coffee table and turned it. The bottle spun rapidly under the gaze of several people until it stopped. Brother Qianyu, truth or dare? Zhang Qianyu didn't expect that he was so unlucky. He was the first one to be transferred. He said helplessly, tell me the truth. Who do you think is the best looking on the scene? Give your answer in 3 seconds. I have to say that Jingying is good at playing games. Just one question can liven up the atmosphere. In the current situation, no matter who Zhang Qianyu chooses, he will offend the other two, so he said Yang Wan's name in desperation. After all, Yang Wan's appearance is recognized as good-looking in the entertainment industry. If he chooses against his will, he will probably offend more people. Yang Wan. Chapter 18, Self-Exposure. It was the first time that Yang Wan heard his name in such an occasion, and he looked a little embarrassed. Mainly because Jingying was Zhang Qianyu's crush, he felt even more embarrassed. Jingying originally thought that Zhang Qianyu would say her name, and her smile was about to rise, but suddenly it froze. What did he say? Did he forget who he was targeting? Before Jingying could speak, Tangshan beside her laughed out loud, so Brother Qianyu likes someone like Sister Yang Wan. After offending two girls in a row, Zhang Qianyu smiled bitterly. He knew this would happen. After all, women dress up to please themselves. Even if you are not the one they like, which girl doesn't want to be the most special? Let's continue playing the game. It's my turn now, right? Not wanting to continue the offensive topic, Zhang Qianyu quickly turned the bottle until the mouth of the bottle pointed at Jianla. Truth or dare? Tell me the truth. Jianla's choice was exactly what Zhang Qianyu wanted, as he had a lot of questions to ask, such as why he came to the dating show and why he only wanted Yang Huan. Any question is enough to cause discussion and generate a lot of heat. Zhang Qianyu glanced at the camera in the living room and asked, "Are you joining the dating show hoping to gain fans and enter the entertainment industry through the show?" Hiss. The staff behind the camera gasped. The second question is such a provocative question. Except for Yang Huan, the other three people in the living room were staring at the two of them, looking as excited as if they were about to get some big melon. Tangshan and the others looked a lot like me when I was eating melons. Now I just want to say, brother, you asked a beautiful question. I love this kind of exciting scene the most. Please ask the following people according to this standard. Yang Huan, who already knew the answer, curled up the corners of his lips slightly, fearing that Jianla's answer would disappoint everyone. Sure enough, Jianla found this question a little funny and answered seriously, no. His original intention for participating in the show was always just one, and that was the hundreds of thousands of dollars in remuneration given by the program team. Is this true? Then why did you want to come to the show? Zhang Qianyu asked. That's the second question. Jianla's slender fingers fell on the bottle, and with a slight turn, the mouth of the bottle pointed squarely at Yang Huan. Before he could ask, Yang Huan spoke up, I choose the truth. Why were you accused of plagiarism? After he finished speaking, the whole living room fell into silence. For a moment, no one could tell whether Jianla wanted to embarrass Yang Huan or thought she wasn't popular enough, and he actually picked sensitive topics twice in a row. The guests didn't know that this was something Jianla and Yang Huan had planned long ago, they just thought that Jianla was a little too aggressive. Yang Huan lowered his eyes and said in a low voice the lines they had agreed on before, because of a manuscript that is almost the same as mine. The answer was brief, but it aroused everyone's curiosity. They all knew about the manuscript, but seeing Yang Huan's behavior, they might have another story behind it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room kept increasing rapidly, all of them were spectators who came to watch the show after hearing the news. As a result, they saw Yang Huan was talking halfway and turning the bottle around as if nothing had happened. You keep talking. Can we stop playing games for now? Spread the gossip, speak halfway, eat without seasoning. The bottle stopped in front of Tangshan. He knew what everyone was most curious about, so he continued with the previous topic. Is there any hidden story behind the manuscript Sister Yang Huan mentioned? In the lounge on the 26th floor of Chenhua Entertainment, Shen Qingqing and Li Jian were watching the live broadcast of Heart-Stirring Lover. When they saw Yang Huan looking up, they felt uneasy for some reason, as if something was about to be out of their control. Shen Qingqing looked at Li Jian, there shouldn't be any mistakes in that manuscript, right? No, didn't we see it then? It's exactly the same as Yang Huan's. Although they said so, the bad premonition of the two people became stronger and stronger. Really? The next second, Yang Huan opened her red lips slightly. Yes, in fact, if you look closely at the two manuscripts, you will find that they are different. I have a habit when I write, and I will put a little hook at the end of each word. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it. Immediately after he said that, some netizens found the original manuscript picture, enlarged it and studied it several times, and finally found the problem. Several words on the manuscript that was exposed at the beginning were different from Yang Huan's. So there really is a reversal. I went to compare them, and they are indeed different, but this reason is a bit far-fetched. I now feel that this is a shocking piece of news. Wait for a comeback. Tangshan didn't expect this to happen. She laughed dryly twice, but this doesn't mean anything. Who can guarantee that the words they write will be the same every time? Knowing that the difference in fonts alone is not very convincing, Jianla discovered yesterday when he was looking at the manuscript that Yang Huan would habitually draw something when making marks, and if you look closely, it is the word Huan. Because she completed each painting in one stroke, the imitator was unable to paint it in, leaving a flaw. But Jianla would not bring these words to the table, but pretended to be curious and asked, what does the manuscript look like? Can I see it? Yang Huan spread his hands, I don't have it with me. Hand them a cell phone. In the control room, Jiang Cheng gave instructions on the intercom, and soon a staff member came in with a mobile phone. Yang Huan took the phone, found two pictures on the internet, and handed them to Jian. Although he knew where the floor was, Jian still pretended to watch carefully. Seeing this, Yang Wan smiled in his heart. His acting was quite interesting. Suddenly, Jian seemed to have discovered something and looked at Yang Wan in surprise. This place seems different. In order to prove that what he said was correct, he also showed the different places to several other guests. Zhu Hao, it's indeed different. Zheng Ying covered her mouth. How could this happen? Yang Wan said embarrassedly, I will draw my name on each manuscript mark. What a big reversal. It's now trending on the internet. I know that the person I'm a fan of is definitely not the wrong one, and I can continue to happily chase stars. Go to Weibo now. Now, the truth of everything comes to light. Those netizens who had madly chased Yang Wan and cursed him at the beginning suddenly felt complicated. They thought they were doing good things, but it turned out that Yang Wan was the victim. When Shen Qingqing and Li Zhen heard Yang Wan say that, they knew the plagiarism issue was resolved. How could this happen? Shen Qingqing pinched her palms tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. It was so hard to suppress Yang Wan, but now she is able to clear herself. As the saying goes, where one person is sad, another is happy. Jian Cheng couldn't stop smiling at this moment. He didn't expect that they could bring important news to the program just by playing truth or dare. Look, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 50 million, and is still rising. This wave really made a lot of money. Because Yang Wan's news was too shocking, the guests said they needed to digest it and went back to their rooms. Jianla, thank you so much this time. In the blind spot of the camera, Yang Wan's pretty face was full of gratitude. If it weren't for Jianla, she didn't know when she could wash away the black spot of plagiarism. You know, the most shameful thing in the entertainment industry is plagiarism. Jianla looked calm and said in a gentle voice, it's okay. You can live a happier life from now on. Chapter 19, Love's Double Feet. Jianla's words stunned Yang Wan. His heart seemed to be hit by something and started beating faster. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, she suddenly became curious about the person in front of her. What kind of life experience has led to the simple happiness of today? Go take a lunch break. The production crew might do something in the afternoon. After saying goodbye to Yang Wan, Jianla returned to his room, lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. After a while, he suddenly made a sound. He had clearly agreed before signing the contract that he would be a low-key background figure, but now he is singing and interfering in Yang Wan's affairs, which is completely contrary to what he meant. It is still unknown what the program crew will do next, but if he wants to continue to get paid, keeping a low profile will become more and more distant from him. Alas, it is really difficult to be a low-key person. Jianla shook his head, cleared his mind, and slowly fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already past 1 o'clock. The living room was empty and it seemed that everyone was still resting. Turning on the TV and adjusting the volume to 10 degrees, Jianla took the pillow beside him and stuffed it into his arms. He supported his chin with one hand and watched the bloody love drama on TV with a rogue look. What are you looking at? A bright voice rang in my ears, accompanied by the smell of perfume. Jianla turned around and saw Tangshan, who had arrived at some point. She was standing behind him, leaning slightly with a smile on her face. Just take a look. Jianla calmly moved his body and said calmly, why did you come down? Tangshan shook the mineral water in her hand and said, here, I just woke up and felt thirsty, so I went to the kitchen to get a bottle of water. At the stairs, Yang Wan looked at the distance between them and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't think much about it and walked over without changing her expression. Then Zhu Hao, Jing Ying, and Zhang Qianyu also woke up and went downstairs. The 6 people sat on the sofa, staring at each other, but they didn't see any trace of Jiang Chen. Could it be that the production team is going to let us move around freely? Zhang Qianyu touched his chin with a serious look on his face, then why not continue sleeping? Zhu Hao frowned, how could the director be so kind? I always feel like he's planning something big. Jiang Cheng's cheeks twitched slightly behind the camera. Although he had prepared for the mission, he felt a little uncomfortable listening to the words of these 2 guys. It seems that they are now well rested and refreshed, so let me lead them to exercise now. Jiang Cheng picked up the fisherman's hat that was placed aside and appeared in front of the guests with a swagger. Please all guests go to the beach, we will perform the double foot of love. Love's double foot? What is that? The guests looked at each other, all with confused expressions. Even though Jian had watched many variety shows in his previous life, this was the first time he heard such a strange game name. It was not until I arrived at the beach in the car arranged by the program crew that I understood what this game was. It turns out that it is to tie two people's feet together. It's really a lovely pair of feet. Jiang Cheng didn't care how much the guests disliked his name for the game, and he was seriously introducing the rules of the game. One man and one woman must pass the obstacles set by the program team to pass the level successfully. The first place winner will receive 1,000 yuan in bonus funds, the second place winner will receive 500 yuan, and the third place winner will receive 300 yuan. The crew tied the guests' feet together according to the grouping of the first episode. Zheng Ying struggled to move her feet that were tied to Zhang Qianyu, and pouted as she said, "This is too weird. If I don't do it right and it falls to the ground, it will be really ugly." Guessing what she was worried about, Zhang Qianyu supported her and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you fall." Zhu Hao checked the tightness of the straps and tilted his head. "If you feel uncomfortable later, just tell me. It's just a game. It doesn't matter if you lose." That's what I said, but once the game started, my desire to win came all of a sudden and I completely forgot what I said. Tangshan was wearing shorts today, so the straps were tied directly on her ankles. If she rubbed them hard, there was a high possibility that they would turn red. However, she just nodded perfunctorily in response to Zhu Hao's words, and kept glancing at Jianla. To be honest, she felt that Jianla was more reassuring than Zhu Hao. "Don't worry, we'll go there slowly. Safety first." Jianla whispered, "Speed is not the most important thing when playing this game." Yang Huan nodded, "I understand, you can arrange it." Because of the difference in height between them, they were very close to each other when they spoke. The warm breath sprayed on their faces, making them feel a little dry. "At this distance, why don't you just press your head and let me kiss you? Happy CP is super sweet." All three pairs of CPS are great, and each of them cares about the female guests in a different way. Jian Cheng held a loudspeaker in his hand and said, "The game begins." The three groups of guests walked forward at the same time, supporting each other to make their bodies closer. Soon everyone arrived at the first level. There was a cookie and a clue card on each person's table. Eating cookies together, both parties bite the cookies and eat them at the same time until the distance between the cookies is less than 3 centimeters. After reading the cards, the guests were all silent. If anyone couldn't control themselves well, something bad might happen. Compared to their dilemma, netizens were excited, with the barrage of comments all saying that the director was a good playsman. Let's get started. In order to get the reward for the show, Zhu Hao took the lead in picking up the biscuit and biting one end, signaling Tangshan with his eyes to bite it quickly. Tangshan pursed her lips, leaned over and bit the other end, and the two began to eat. With their introduction, Jing Ying and Zhang Qianyu stopped hesitating and started eating the cookies. Only Jianla and Yang Huan still looked uncomfortable. "How about giving it a try?" Yang Huan blinked and shyly looked away. "Okay." The two of them bit into the biscuits, their eyes locked with each other, with only each other in their eyes. Gradually, whether it was because of the weather or shyness, Jianla's earlobes began to turn red, and Yang Huan's face also turned red. The more you eat the cookies, the shorter they become, and the closer their breath becomes, until you can even see each other's eyelashes clearly. "Oh, his ears are red. I only have eyes for you, really, they only have each other. Someone come and press my head, so that these two can kiss me. Director, you know what we want to see. Give us more of this next time. Extreme ambiguous scenes are so exciting." Click. Jianla bit off the biscuit and the two of them turned their heads quickly, the heat on their faces still not fading. Only then did they realize that Jing Ying and Zhang Qianyu were still eating, and the distance between them was almost close. Seeing this, Jianla was shocked in his heart. It's just a game, how could he be so reckless? In the end, the cookie from Jing Ying's group was the shortest. Tangshan and Yang Huan gave her a thumbs up at the same time, and Jing Ying raised her head proudly. The three groups started to move forward. Compared with the previous speed, Tangshan and Zhu Hao were obviously much faster this time. Tangshan's body even shook a little. "Zhu Hao, wait a moment." Zhu Hao, who was eager to pass the level quickly, didn't hear Tangshan's words and kept rushing forward. It was not until his arm was grabbed that he realized that Tangshan was sweating profusely and realized what he had done. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Chapter 20. Can you do it? Do I look okay to you? Tangshan really wanted to yell. She had clearly told Zhu Hao to wait a minute, but he still rushed forward, completely forgetting what he had said before. Men's words are really deceptive. But my personality is cheerful and generous, so I can only grit my teeth and swallow my dissatisfaction. It's okay, I just think it's okay to go a little slower. After listening to her advice, Zhu Hao indeed slowed down, but his behavior of disregarding the girl's feelings made netizens feel bad. If I remember correctly, this is the second time. As a boy, I feel that Zhu Hao's behavior is too mean. He said before that losing is not important. What about now? The show was recorded twice, and the two people he met changed, but he was still himself. What's wrong with Tangshan? Is this enough? Shouldn't we just go for it? What are you thinking, brother? Although Tangshan has a good personality, she won't be aggressive on the show, or else she will definitely attract negative attention. In one sentence, how did Zhu Hao survive in the entertainment industry with such a personality? Jian and Yang Wan walked slowly to the second obstacle point. Just as they were about to look at the car to see what this level would be, Jianla's eyes suddenly swept over and he saw that Tangshan's ankle was a little red, and his brows were slightly frowned. They all saw what happened just now from behind, and it was certain that the ankle was rubbed red. Since everyone was a guest, Jianla kindly reminded, Tangshan, your ankle seems to be red. Tangshan looked down at her ankle and saw that it was indeed red. No wonder she felt a tingling sensation just now. Looking up at Jianla, she found that he had already withdrawn his gaze, leaving only a profile picture. Tangshan looked at Jianla in a daze. The idea of teaming up with him was like a huge tree taking root in her heart. Yang Wan saw her expression clearly. As a girl, she could naturally guess what Tangshan was thinking. She had felt a little sour in her heart when Jianla opened his mouth, and now the sour feeling was even stronger. However, seeing that Jianla didn't say anything else after he finished speaking, she felt a little better and lowered her head to look at the cards with Jianla. Love's gaze, remove the straps, put on the heart rate bracelets, interlock your fingers, and continue walking only when the heart rate exceeds 150. Having seen the previous experience of eating cookies together, Gwen Jinler was stunned for only a second before he stretched out his hand towards Yang Wan. The two held hands and stared at each other, and the heart rate on the screen slowly increased. 45. 50. 68. 82. It didn't move until Jianla's heart rate stopped at 100 and Yang Wan's heart rate stopped at 115. Seeing that Jianla's heart rate on the screen was lower than his own, Yang Wan couldn't help feeling disappointed. Although he guessed that it wouldn't be too high, he felt really frustrated when he actually saw it. Brother Chen Yu, can you do this? At this time, Zheng Ying on the right stared at Zhang Qianyu's rising heart rate and provoked him jokingly, not feeling that his heart rate was not too high either. It is said that you should not use provocation on boys, especially when it comes to matters concerning dignity. Xiaoyan, boys can't say no. Zhang Qianyu was provoked by this, his emotions fluctuated more, and his heart rate began to change. Seeing that this method was effective, Zheng Ying began to stimulate him in different ways and even made herself laugh in the middle. Is this group trying to make me laugh to death so they can inherit my huabei? Is this okay? I feel like there's something wrong with their topic. There is such an operation. Jianla smacked his lips, but Zheng Ying's method reminded him of a variety show he had watched before, which also had this segment. How is it done? It's like they're looking at each other closely. After thinking of a solution, Jianla raised the corner of his mouth, moved his body, and suddenly moved forward, and suddenly the distance between them became very close again. Yang Wan was startled by his sudden approach. After she recovered, her heart started beating wildly and irregularly again. Everyone saw the number on the big screen behind her rising rapidly and soon exceeded 150. Oh my god! He knows how to play games. Let alone Yang Wan, even if Jianla's face was this close to me, my heart would beat faster too. Aha, Wei is dead. Why did you suddenly come closer? Yang Wan said in a coquettish voice. Jianla looked back and saw that he had met the standard. He bent down and tied the straps again. Sorry, I scared you. Yang Wan, no. With Jianla's standard demonstration, Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao followed suit as if they had opened up their Ren and Du meridians, and the effect was remarkable. When netizens who were watching the live broadcast saw them like this, they laughed out loud. Jianla, so if I don't show you, you won't be able to play. At the critical moment, it still has to be my brother Jian. I laughed so hard, this show always makes me laugh. The afternoon sun was already scorching, and the guests were already sweating and exhausted after passing 2 obstacle levels. As a result, the third level is even more inhumane than the previous 2. Love crossing acupressure board, pass through the 5-meter acupressure board in 30 seconds. If you fail, you have to start over. Seeing the cards, all the guests were in a bad mood. First of all, it was very painful to stand on the acupressure mat, not to mention that everyone had their legs tied up, so it was still a bit difficult to pass it in 30 seconds. Director, I advise you to be a human being. Jian couldn't help it anymore, his eyes shot straight at Jiang Cheng. Tied your feet to the acupressure board, why don't you come and demonstrate it to me? Jiang Cheng smiled happily when he was called out, you have to believe that you can do it. Come on. Damn it, where is my knife? Jian really wanted to kick him now. He swore that after the show was over, he would go to Aunt Jiang to complain. It would be best to make Jiang Cheng regret what he did today. Hiss. As soon as their feet stepped on the acupressure mat, the guests let out a cold hiss, and a sour feeling spread throughout their bodies. Oh, my God, it hurts so much. Zhu Hao grimaced in pain, his expression distorted. Zhang Qianyu's expression wasn't much better, but he was trying hard not to scream out. Compared to them, the female guest's situation was worse. If she had gone directly over the acupressure mat, it would only take a few seconds for her to rush over with gritted teeth, but her legs were tied and the weight was different. Tangshan and Jingying were cursing Jiang Cheng to death in their hearts. Is it okay? Jian whispered. Yang Wan smiled at him, not bad. Sudden. Yang Wan widened his eyes and watched the straps on his feet being untied again. Yang Wan exclaimed. The next second, the whole person flew into the air. Everyone saw Jian pick up Yang Wan like a princess and rush forward at a rapid pace. The first princess hug in the show's history. So sad, these two people clearly have no feelings for each other, but I feel like every move they make is sweet. Those who have watched the first episode know that Jian is just being gentlemanly. You can see that he didn't even put his hands on Yang Wan. Seeing this scene, Jingying and Tangshan would be lying if they said they were not envious, but they couldn't take the initiative to ask the boys to carry them over. In the end, Tangshan and Jingying's groups passed on time. After hitting the acupressure mat, Zhang Qianyu gasped and said, let's talk. Don't be so arrogant. Chapter 21 Game over. What do you mean? Jian was confused by his words. What was he talking about? There is no such thing as losing in the minds of those who give up. If there is, it is because they are paid too much. Brother Qianyu wants you to save some face for him and Zhu Hao. Tangshan rolled her eyes and directly expressed the hidden meaning. She blames Jian for being too arrogant because of her own shortcomings. If they were as careful as Jian, would she and Jingying still have pain in their feet now? Although they are all female guests, the treatment they receive and that of Yang Wan are completely on 2 different levels. Team up with Jian and just trust him. Team up with Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao and rely on yourself. This comparison really is that there is no harm without comparison. After her explanation, Jian finally understood and touched his nose embarrassedly, then I'll remind you next time. Phew. Yang Wan laughed accidentally. Doesn't Jian think this is even more heartbreaking? I've been reminded, but I'll still do it, right? Suddenly I realize that this guy is a bit mean. Isn't this what I mean? I'm sorry, but I still dare. What Zhang Qianyu said is not wrong. Jian is indeed a bit too much. Zhu Hao wiped off the sweat, his voice a little hoarse. No, we were just joking. After this interruption, the guests took a short break before continuing forward with their legs tied. At this moment, they don't know that just 1 minute ago, the official Weibo of Heart-Beating Lover sent a new Weibo. It attracted a lot of attention as soon as it was released. Shindong Lover V, thank you all for liking Shindong. The first episode of the Pure Enjoyment version will be broadcast on time at 8 o'clock tonight on Penguin Video. Let me tell you a secret, there will be an exclusive interview with the guests at the end. As expected of a Penguin production, the speed is fast. Wow, it's only been 2 days, and the video has been edited. Reply to the brother above, actually it's not that fast. The program was originally recorded while being broadcast, and we only need to add some music and special effects in the later stage. 8 o'clock, right? I've already set the alarm. I want to see what kind of interview it is. The participation of netizens made the official blog lively, and finally the topic even climbed onto the hot list. Although the ranking was not high, it was enough for passers-by to see it. Feeding of love, each group of guests will discuss who will feed and who will guess the food. There are 3 questions in total. Those who answer incorrectly will face a water ball. Yang Wan read out the contents on the card slowly. Pay attention, no reminders are allowed, and you only have 1 chance for each question. I want director Dark Shark. Zheng Ying said softly. Can't this stupid director prepare a more normal program? The first period was apparently quite good, but his true nature began to show in the second period. To be honest, Jian is now extremely speechless about Jiang Cheng. He originally thought that his father was a jerk, but compared with Jiang Cheng, he was nothing. It can be seen that Jiang Cheng put a lot of thought into the feelings of the guests. It was agreed to be a double-team event, but in the end it was one pitfall after another. Moreover, each pit is different and yet the guests are forced to interact with each other. It's a really good plan. The 3 groups discussed it in a low voice and their answers were very consistent. The male guest guesses, and the female guest heals. After they were ready, staff members immediately came forward with black cloth to blindfold them, and waved their hands in front of their eyes to prove that they really couldn't see before returning to the crowd. Start. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the staff served the first dish. A bunch of grapes. Tang Xin didn't even peel the grapes and put them directly into Zhu Hao's mouth. It is said that even if something is not clean, you won't get sick, but her actions can be said to be as fierce as a tiger. Before Zhu Hao could react, something was forced into his mouth, and a sour taste immediately spread. Grapes. Zhu Hao swallowed the grapes in his mouth with difficulty. Don't ask him why he guessed it. The answer is that the grape skin is too sour. The answer is correct, but since Tang Xin didn't peel the skin, this question doesn't count. Jiang Cheng's voice came from the loudspeaker, and Tang Xin's smile gradually froze. Is it considered a foul if you don't skin him? I repeat, there can be no hints, even if you don't peel the skin off. Snap. The balloon above their heads exploded, and all the water inside fell on Tang Xin and Zhu Hao. For a moment I didn't know whether I felt sorry for Tang Xin or Zhu Hao. Just now Zhu Hao's eyes narrowed with sourness. You can imagine how sour he felt. Zhu Hao, I am the only one who has achieved this in this hurt world. The grapes were eaten in vain. When Jing Ying heard that Tang Xin's group answered correctly, she was thinking about following suit for the next question. But just as she had the thought, the director spoke. Because this question did not count, the staff replaced it with a white round fruit. Yang Wan picked up one and fed it to Jianle. Jianle opened his mouth and ate it, his mouth full of sweetness. He thought for a second and gave the answer, it should be a horse hoof. Because the director didn't say whether it was correct or not, Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao were unsure and each gave an answer. Zhang Qianyu, pear. Zhu Hao, sweet potato. Jianle's answer is correct, and the rest are wrong. The balloon exploded again, and the 4 guests were soaked. Zheng Ying's group was better than Tang Xin's, at least they only got wet once. The staff brought out more fruit, and this time the male guests all said in unison, watermelon. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, the answer is correct. There is only one question left, and the fruit given by the program team is sugarcane. Because sugarcane is too big to eat, the production crew cuts it into very small pieces. Yang Wan fed a small piece of sugarcane to her lips, and Jianle accidentally touched her fingers when she opened her mouth. Both of them were stunned. Fortunately, the camera didn't capture it, otherwise the live broadcast room would have celebrated the new year again. Jianle chewed the food in his mouth and then spat it out, sugar cane. Except for the first question, the last 2 questions were actually easy points, so no one was punished. It seems that the production team is not that bad. Seeing that the guests are tired, they chose to let them go. It's really too hot. I never go out at this time. Just look at the guests sweat and you'll know how tired they are. All 4 levels of obstacles are completed, and only the last sprint distance remains. The 3 groups of guests looked at each other, and the desire to fight was ignited in their hearts. It's so hot, how can I not get first place? Then netizens saw them trying hard to run forward. Compared to the other 2 groups who were staggering, Jianle and Yang Wan's steps were particularly consistent, and both of them had long legs, so their steps were slightly bigger. In the end, we won first place with a narrow victory. Congratulations to Brother Jian for adding another $1,000 to his personal coffers. Happy CP, always number one. Jianla has always been the first. Is this called no script? The game is over. Did you have fun? Jianla sneered, who do you think can be happy? It's so hot, at this time everyone is eating popsicles, turning on the air conditioner and watching TV. Har har, Jiang Cheng laughed dryly, you can go back to the villa now. The production team has prepared delicious food for you. Don't worry, there will definitely be no tricks this time. The guests returned to their villa half believing and half doubting, and saw milk tea and crayfish on the coffee table. I just feel like something is wrong. Chapter 22, Peeling Shrimp, Castle in the Sky. Having said that, Jianla and the others still each took a cup of milk tea and sat on the chairs. After inserting the straw and taking a small sip, he put on gloves and began to peel the crayfish. When they first started eating, except for Jianla who looked calm, everyone else was a little restrained. Before long, my taste buds were conquered by crayfish, and I no longer cared whether it was a new trap arranged by the program team. Well, it turns out that summer is best paired with iced crayfish. Jingying took a sip of milk tea and said comfortably, it would be even better if there was an ice-cold beer. The netizens were jealous of the guests' comfortable state of eating lobster and drinking milk tea. I saw that the child was hungry, so I ordered one directly. I haven't placed the order yet. I hope the boss will deliver it soon. I was so hungry that I took out the old-style pickled cabbage instant noodles. Hey, why isn't Yang Huan eating? Jianla, a netizen who noticed this, also discovered that Yang Huan had been sipping his milk tea since everyone started sitting down to eat. None of the crayfish on the table were touched, and he just smiled slightly when he heard the guests chatting. Why don't you eat? Jianla stopped, tilted his head slightly, and lowered his voice. Thinking that no one would notice him, when Jianla spoke, Yang Huan had just taken a sip of milk tea and hadn't had time to swallow it yet. His cheeks were puffy and a little cute. It looks like a puffer fish, I kind of want to poke it. Suddenly, a strange idea popped into Jianla's mind, and he twirled his fingers on the table. Yang Huan didn't know someone was trying to poke her face yet, so she swallowed her milk tea and said softly, I can't eat spicy food. As a singer, what she usually has to do is to protect her voice. In order to be able to sing, she has to give up some things. Jianla understood, so he picked up a lobster from the table, peeled off the shell, and put the shrimp meat into Yang Huan's bowl. This one isn't spicy, you can try it. Seeing the shrimp meat in the bowl, Yang Huan agreed as if possessed and put it into his mouth. How does it feel? It's really not spicy, it's delicious. Then eat more. Did these two forget that there were other people around? He peeled the shrimps by himself. What a perfect boyfriend. Among the 5 guests, only Jianla noticed that Yang Huan didn't eat. If she said she wasn't moved, I don't believe it at all. I would rather believe that my bestie and her boyfriend are fake than think that the happy couple is fake. Jianla peeled a few more crayfish for her and put them in the bowl, then turned around and met for pairs of gazes. Peeling the crayfish yourself, Jianla, you are too nice to Sister Yang Huan. Jingying pursed her lips, her tone a little sour. She was not particularly attracted to Jianla, but she could not resist the fact that he could pay perfect attention to details. Is it good? Jianla frowned slightly, thinking back on what he had done, it didn't seem like there was anything too out of the ordinary. As for peeling the shells, it was because he suggested that Yang Huan eat more, so he peeled a few. Isn't this a normal thing to do between friends? Jianla was a little confused. It was said that girls' focus points were strange, and it was really true. If you want, you can ask Chen Yu to peel it for you. Jingying. Suddenly I don't want to eat anymore. Seeing that she was speechless, Yang Huan's lips curved slightly and he ate the shrimps slowly. After eating, the guests cleaned up the table and prepared to do whatever they wanted since the program team had no tasks assigned to them. Zhu Hao was just about to go upstairs when he suddenly thought of something and walked towards the staff. After a while, Zhu Hao stood outside the door with ointment in his hand and knocked. Tangshan opened the door and was a little confused, what's wrong? Zhu Hao handed over the ointment, I'm sorry about today, the staff said this is very effective for abrasions and such, you can try it. The program has been recorded for 2 episodes, and it is the first time that Tangshan has seen this side of Zhu Hao, and she is a little surprised. She had originally planned to borrow an ointment from the program crew after she finished washing up. Now you don't have to make the trip yourself. Thanks. From this perspective, Ju Hao is not particularly straight. It seems that there is still some merit. When Jian came back from the terrace to get some fresh air, he saw this scene. He looked at it curiously, then looked away, opened the door and went in. A staff member just returned their phones to them and told them to retweet the Weibo post to warm up the show. Jian first logged into Weibo with his secondary account to see if there was any fresh gossip. After finding that there was no big news, he clicked on the black icon. He didn't go to watch the video immediately, but clicked on the version information. He sighed when he saw that the update status was still not achieved. Until now, he still hasn't figured out what conditions are needed to trigger the update, nor does he know what additional features will be added after the update. Never mind, maybe I'll find an update when I wake up one day. Jian returned and clicked on a video at random. Watch the video for 70 seconds to get the piano version of Castle in the Sky. It's actually a piano. Jian was slightly absent-minded. He still remembered that when he was a child, he was very envious of others playing the piano. He always felt that people who played the piano glowed. Later, he pestered his parents to take him to learn piano, but the plan died before it even started. After the video was finished and the reward was credited to his account, Jian became eager to try it out. He remembered that there was a music room on the third floor of the villa, so why not give it a try? Jian opened the door and went up to the third floor. There were several musical instruments in the instrument room. The black and white key piano was placed by the window, which was very conspicuous. Jian walked over and sat down, his slender fingers sliding across the piano keys, and soon, ethereal sounds rang out in the villa. Yang Wan was the first one to go up to the third floor. The moment she saw the instrument room, she was filled with amazement. I saw Jian playing the piano intently, the orange sunset shining on him through the glass, like a layer of light, exuding tenderness. Feeling his heartbeat was not right, Yang Wan placed his hand on his heart and looked at Jian. She thought she seemed a little moved. The piano music continued. The other guests went upstairs and were shocked when they saw that the person playing the piano was Jian. I couldn't help but question myself. He can play guitar, write music, and play the piano, so what exactly is there that he can't do? Such people don't even come from any company. Jiang Cheng didn't expect Jian to suddenly go play the piano. The key point was that there were no cameras installed in the instrument room. Afraid that the performance would end if he arrived too late, he immediately asked the photographer to go upstairs quickly to take pictures. I just heard someone playing the piano, it was Jian. This is another piano piece I have never heard before. Listening to this piece, I feel my mood become relaxed. Let us just say, is there anything else that Jian can't do? I remember Yang Wan also seems to be able to play the piano. I want to see them play with all 10 fingers. I am just greedy. I hope the program team can arrange an instrumental concert right away so that all the guests can perform. As the last key fell, Jian let out a sigh of relief. Playing the piano just feels different. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, warm applause broke out behind me. Jian turned around and saw a group of people standing at the door. I didn't expect you could play the piano. Chapter 23 block for me. Yang Wan raised his eyes and invited with a smile, let's play a song together if there's a chance. Today's piano piece finally made my heart, which had been silent because of plagiarism, come alive. She really wants to play music now. Just don't be disgusted when the time comes, Teacher Yang. Jian did not refuse the invitation to play the piano together. Having just finished playing a piece of music, he discovered that music really could soothe everything. The piano piece, Castle in the Sky, itself implies longing and yearning, and soothing music is often the most popular. I can tell that you are very skilled in piano. Ju Hao pushed his glasses up and said seriously, if there is a chance in the future, I would like to work with you. As a musician, it would be a great fate if I could find a like-minded person on the musical path. Jian nodded, should we go down then? Everyone went downstairs, still thinking about the song they had just heard. Just as Jian was about to return to his room, Tangshan suddenly called him. Jian. Jian turned around with a puzzled look in his eyes, huh? Tangshan lifted her hair and said straight away, are you still going to send that heart-warming text message to Sister Yang Wan tonight? Jian didn't say anything. He just stared at her quietly, waiting for her to say the next word. Being stared at by him, Tangshan suddenly felt that she had lost her courage and was a little hesitant. But when she thought of all that Jianla had done to Yang Huan, she clenched her fingers. What if I still send you the text message tonight? Oh my god, Tangshan is so bold to ask this. She doesn't treat us as outsiders, and speaks from her heart. Looks pretty nervous. Sister, let's give up. The person in front of you won't change his choice. Before she finished her words, Jianla had already given the answer, the same as what the barrage said, I choose Rui. Tangshan suddenly felt frustrated, and a feeling of loss spread in her heart. But even if she was disappointed, she would not show it. She grinned at Jianla and turned back to her room. Jianla touched his nose and went into their house. On Weibo, Jianla was once again on the hot topic list because of a sudden piano piece in Heart-Beating Lover. Simple piano music # orange sunset # glowing boy At first, netizens didn't know that the last two topics were also related to Jianla, and when they clicked in, they were flooded with pictures of Jianla in the sunset. The comments below are more touching than each other. The sunset sells the tenderness of the world. When hope meets a boy, tenderness is himself. The afterglow of the setting sun fills the world, and the boy is in his prime at this time. What is more charming than the sunset is simple music. A piano piece, a sunset, and him. The above person is so poetic, unlike me who can only say, wow. Looking for a pure piano piece, my child wants to learn it. On the other side, Jian Kang looked at Jianla playing the piano in the video, feeling proud but also a little confused. When did the brat learn to play the piano? How come his father didn't know about it? And that guitar, I never saw him touch it. Thinking about this, Jian Kang made a phone call. Lao Jiang, is it the music you prepared in advance for my son's piano? Jiang Cheng was speechless. I hadn't even looked for you yet, but you came to me and put the blame on me. Listen to what you are saying. I am a principal director. How could I do such a thing? But you, Jianla, you have so many talents, but you still hide them. Why, are you afraid that I will steal your son? Jian Kang blew his beard and glared. If I knew, I would ask you again. Two people in their 50s argued for a long time on the phone because of this matter. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise they would have been slapped. 7:50. The 6 guests all sat in the living room, took out their mobile phones to forward the official blog's warm-up message, and then turned on the TV. Zhang Qianyu hugged his pillow and said, we don't have to sit here and watch the whole show, do we? Yang Huan, it's possible. The director has told them to contribute to the ratings together with the audience. As a result, the people in the live broadcast room now watch them, and they watch TV, which is a bit outrageous. At 8 o'clock sharp, the show officially began, from self-introductions to dates, and then to gift exchanges. The guests didn't feel anything at first, but they found it very interesting later on. For example, the scene between Jianla and Yang Huan in the live-action CS shooting gallery is very attractive. No wonder you got the most votes for dates. Shouldn't normal couples go to places like amusement parks? Zheng Yin complained. Yang Huan narrowed his eyes, who said couples can't play gunfights. I'll just tell you. As time goes by, the show draws to a close and it is time for exclusive interviews with everyone. Xiaotang's first love was in college, and it must have been wonderful. Tangshan heard this and smiled without saying anything. If she could go back in time, the first thing she would do is kick that scumbag away. You really think you are nothing? The interview video was still going on. Everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, except Jianla, who remained silent. Yang Huan turned his head curiously, and saw Jianla holding a pillow in his arms with his head resting on it, looking like he wanted to sleep. There was a smile in his eyes. It's still live broadcasting, everyone can see you like this. Jianla didn't even raise his head, half squinting his eyes. Please help me, Teacher Yang, to block it. After saying that, he even leaned back. Yang Huan chuckled, you are using me as a shield. Although she said this, she leaned sideways to block half of the camera for him. Others are trying to increase their ratings, you guys are trying to increase your popularity. I just realized that Jianla actually called Yang Huanyan teacher. Is this considered an exclusive title? The guy upstairs just called me that too. I always feel like the ending of his name, Teacher Yang, has a little hook. One dares to say it and the other dares to respond. Do you really think that no one has noticed your little trick? Teacher Jian, if you were asked to choose one of the three female guests as your ideal type, who would you choose? If I really have to choose, I would choose Yang Huan. Jianla's deep voice was as pleasant as a cello, but nothing is certain. If I meet someone I like, she will definitely be my only ideal type. Teacher Jane, do you think it is better to be rational or paranoid in love? Jianla, if it were me, I would be more inclined to be rational. Only with rationality can you think about more problems. Of course, it doesn't mean that paranoia is bad. Everyone has their own opinions. This is the end of the first issue. Yang Wan turned around and saw that Jianla no longer had the sleepy look he had before. His eyes were now clear. She had reason to suspect that Jianla was not sleepy at all, but wanted to get off work. Teacher Jian's view on love is indeed different. Jianla scratched his hair idly, his voice sleepy. Teacher Yang seems to have different ideas. Chapter 24. I was framed. No, I just want to say that Teacher Jian's view on love is consistent with mine. Although the first episode has ended, the camera in the living room is still broadcasting live. The interaction between Jianla and Yang Huan as if no one was around made the barrage of comments scroll wildly, making people laugh to death. TSK, there really are exclusive nicknames. Teacher Jian, Teacher Yang, hurry up and ask me to come and help. We have the same views on love and are both good looking. When can the program team arrange a confession game? Did no one really notice that someone looked disappointed? Just when I was about to say this, the elder sister Tangshan's face fell. Jianla always treats Yang Huan differently. Tangshan lowered her eyes, feeling a little depressed. She was a little moved by Jianla. What she didn't understand was that Yang Huan was also a female guest on the show, but what was so special about her that made Jianla choose her so consistently? Although the program has only been recorded for 2 episodes, no one can predict what will happen next. But from what Tangshan had observed over the past 2 days, as long as the production team didn't force them into groups, Jianla and Yang Huan would always choose each other. Xiao Tang. Seeing Tangshan in a trance, Zhang Qianyu raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, and Tangshan came back to her senses. Xiao Tang, are you okay? Zhang Qianyu looked worried. Tangshan shook her head. It's okay, I was just thinking about something. After hearing this, Zhang Qianyu did not ask any further questions, but Jingying on the side rolled her eyes slightly. She doesn't believe what you are thinking. Just as the guests were about to return to their rooms, Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared from outside. Don't forget to send the heartwarming message. Today's live broadcast ends here. What's the best post? Yang Huan lay on the bed, poking at the screen of his mobile phone in distress. Upon closer inspection, he saw the text message sending interface. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. When Yang Huan saw the familiar phone number on the interface, he simply pressed the hang up button, as if he didn't want to answer the call at all. After she presented the evidence on the show in the morning, she knew that the company would definitely come looking for her. Look, there are more than a dozen missed calls and text messages bombarding her. If you don't know, you would think she is gone. Yang Huan, what do you mean? A new text message came in. Yang Huan glanced at him with a cold look on his face, and didn't intend to pay any attention to him. When she returned to the message sending interface, her expression softened and she knew what to send. Slender fingers quickly edited it and then sent it. When he received the text message, Jianla was leaning on the bed, killing people in the canyon with his phone in his hand. It is said that the operation was as fierce as a tiger, but the record was 0-5. Finally, his house was robbed. I should have known not to practice new heroes. Jianla looked at the screen showing failure, sighed, quit the game, and clicked on the message. The piano boy under the sunset is always hot. When Jianla saw this text message, a smile spread across his face, and a flash of excitement passed by so quickly that he couldn't catch it. Before he could edit the text message, another message came. The piano is played very well. Jianla was stunned. No way. He had said it so clearly, and someone would still send him a text message. We are asking, do we really have to do this for the sake of the show's effect? Jianla couldn't guess who sent this text message, but he wasn't very curious about the sender. After sending the edited text message to Yang Huan, she went into the bathroom with her pajamas. After receiving the text message, Yang Huan opened it immediately and felt sweet in his heart after reading it. You always shine brightly on the stage. In a room, Jingying stared at her cell phone as if she wanted to stare a hole in it. Several minutes have passed, and there is still no reply. When she came to the show this time, her agent told her that she could choose Jian when sending text messages. It would be best if they could choose each other, but if they couldn't choose each other, it would also increase the popularity. Having said that, as a girl, how could she not want to be chosen by others? Jian still hadn't received a reply until the staff came to collect her phone. In contrast to her, Tangshan was very decisive in sending the text message this time, and directly chose the original object of her affection in the first episode, Zhang Qianyu. As for the male guests, Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao sent all the text messages to Yang Huan without any hesitation. Today, the plagiarism scandal surrounding Yang Huan has been cleared up. If nothing unexpected happens, his future resources will be better than before. If you team up with her, you don't have to worry about traffic or popularity. Jiang Cheng in the control room smiled when he saw the answer to the heartwarming text message. There's something to watch tomorrow. Late at night. Weibo is still very lively, especially the official Weibo of the program team, where the number of comments is very high. I love to watch. Because the first episode was broadcast, many netizens who had not watched the live broadcast were attracted by the interaction between the guests, resulting in various related topics popping up. Weibo celebrity Xie Qian is not only an editing blogger, but also a variety show expert who will not miss any domestic variety shows. As soon as Heart-Beating Lover started airing today, he opened Penguin Video. At first he thought Jianla was arranged by the program crew, at least the joke about having no house or car was well played. But as the plot unfolds, Xie Qian's thoughts change. This guy looks good. This was Xie Qian's first comment, but it would not be the last. After watching it, Xie Qian made a compilation of each group's interactions and posted it on Weibo. It quickly attracted a large number of fans. This is the first time I fall in love in the summer. I actually started watching dating variety shows. After watching it, it is really sweet to me. When will it be my turn to have a sweet love? With his help, more netizens flocked to the official blog, which led to a rapid increase in popularity as soon as the live broadcast room opened the next day. 6 o'clock in the morning. Jianla was still wearing his sportswear. The photographer knew he was going for morning exercise again and did not go up to disturb him. I took a picture of his back with the camera and started wandering around the living room watching TV. By the time Jianla came back, the guests had all gotten up. Jianla, come over and have breakfast. Yang Huan greeted with a smile at the dining table. I'm going to change my clothes. Jianla went upstairs and changed his clothes before walking to the dining table and sitting down. Looking at the noodles, soy milk, and poached eggs on the table, his eyebrows raised slightly. This is a very good breakfast. Who made it? Although Jianla asked again, he already had the answer in his heart. The guests all looked at Yang Huan at the same time, and their meaning was very clear. Well, it seems that teacher Yang has framed me. Jianla took a bite slowly, with a teasing tone at the end. This is the most successful one I've ever done. Yang Huan's eyes were bright, and he looked expectant. Is it delicious? Not bad. Hearing this, he smiled. A warm atmosphere spread across the dining table. Feeding sugar so early in the morning is abominable. I just love candy, please give me more, preferably wedding candy. Jianla's words are really interesting. I think I'm about to fall in love. After breakfast, Jiang Cheng appeared on time. The second issue of Heartbeat Messages will be announced today. Are you looking forward to it? Chapter 25 3 Text Messages, worried that you would get lost. The guests were silent, and 6 pairs of eyes stared at Jiang Cheng quietly. Jiang Cheng felt uncomfortable being stared at. After rubbing his arms, he began to announce the answer. The result of the heartwarming text message last night really surprised me, but it also made sense. Some people received 3 heartwarming text messages, while others received none. As soon as the words came out, the live broadcast room became lively. Oh my goodness, who received 3 messages? Could it be Jianla again? 3 heartwarming text messages, no matter who receives them, they will definitely draw hatred. Blind guess, Jianla's piano piece yesterday should be able to impress the female guest. Tangshan and Jingying, who didn't receive the heartwarming text messages, almost couldn't keep their smiles off their faces. Just now they were still guessing who would receive the text message. Now both of them looked unhappy, so the message could only have been received by Yang Huan. Tang Shen and Jing Ying looked at each other, clenched their palms tightly with their fingers, and cursed the three male guests present in their hearts. Jian glanced at their expressions and immediately understood. Zhu Hao was not in a good mood either. It had been 2 episodes and he hadn't received a single text message. It's really too embarrassing. The atmosphere among the guests became strange. This was exactly the effect Jiang Cheng wanted. Jian received text messages from Yang Huan and Jing Ying. According to the rules, Yang Huan and Jian chose each other and became a group today. Tang Shen sent the text message to Zhang Qianyu, while Zhang Qianyu and Zhu Hao sent it to Yang Huan. Except for Jian and Yang Huan, who have successfully formed a team, the other 4 guests will be divided into groups according to the lottery method. As soon as the results came out, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. I was like, wow. This scene made me dumbfounded. Tang Shen, who likes Jian, sent a text message to Zhang Qianyu, and Jing Ying, who doesn't like Jian, sent a text message to Jian. What's going on? I am so shocked now. I thought it was Jian who got all the text messages, but now it is Yang Huan. If I remember correctly, Tang Shen said yesterday that she would send the message to Jian, but how come she changed her mind the next time? As a viewer, I feel nervous for the guests. Just as the staff brought up the lottery box, Jing Ying suddenly asked, "Director, I have a question." During the second recording, the production team said that they would give out rewards based on the arrival time of the guests. Can I redeem them now? Jian Cheng was stunned, and then guessed what she wanted to do. I couldn't help but start looking forward to it. No guest mentioned this matter yesterday, so he thought that no one wanted the reward. It turns out that they were planning to use it at this time. Of course it can be exchanged, Jian Cheng asked back, "What do you want?" Ever since Jing Ying brought up the reward exchange, Yang Huan had a bad feeling in his heart. Now seeing her looking at him, he instantly understood what she was planning. Jing Ying made a request under everyone's gaze, "I want everyone to draw lots to form groups." I agree. Me too. Except for Jian and Yang Huan, Tang Shen and the others all agreed to draw lots to form groups. But their plan will fail. Jian raised his lips lazily. In this case, I can only use my special rights. These days, who doesn't have a reward? Anyway, no one can separate his partners. In the end, both of them used up their rewards, but the grouping remained unchanged. It was still Jian and Yang Huan, Tang Shen and Zhang Qianyu, Jing Ying and Zhu Hao. This is a win-win situation for the program team. Today's task is very simple. Find the clues hidden by the program team in the amusement park and open the treasure chest. After finishing the task, the guests set off by car to the city south largest amusement park. Today is Saturday, which happens to be the busiest time for the amusement park. When the guests arrived, the park was already packed. With so many people around, are we still looking for clues? Zhu Hao began to frown when he saw the scene outside in the car. I'm afraid they will be recognized as soon as they get off the car, and then they have to avoid fans and find clues at the same time, which seems very difficult no matter how you look at it. Zhang Qianyu was also helpless. The production crew is really becoming more and more inhumane every day. Unfortunately, complaining was useless, as the 6 people were ruthlessly kicked off the show by the production team. Let's go our separate ways. After saying this, Jian took Yang Huan and left the team first. He didn't rush into the park, and asked Yang Huan to wait for him there for a while. He quickly ran to a nearby store to buy some things and came back. What did you buy? Yang Huan stared at the brown bag in his hand curiously. Jian didn't say anything. She took out a knitted hat and put it on her head. Then she took out a mask and handed it to her. Yang Huan took it and put it on in a daze, not yet recovering from Jian's action of putting the hat on her. It matches well. Jian praised. Today Yang Huan was wearing a floral dress with her hair braided in front, and with a hat that Jian bought for her, she looked very gentle. Standing together with Jian, the handsome man and beautiful woman are particularly pleasing to the eyes. I don't care, they are now a real couple. This time I put on the hat myself, next time I will confess it myself. The Civil Affairs Bureau has moved here for you, please get married there. Why did you think of buying this? After entering the amusement park, Yang Huan would touch the hat on her head from time to time, and it was obvious that she liked it very much. Jian didn't notice her little thoughts and explained, there are too many people. It's easy to cause an accident if we don't disguise ourselves. Especially on Saturdays when there are so many people, it would be bad if something unexpected happened. Thinking of this, Jian looked at the people around him, wondering how to avoid getting lost. Suddenly, the clown doll selling balloons in front of him caught his attention and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Boss, how much are the balloons?" 20 yuan each. 3 for 50 bucks, okay, I'll buy them. Finally, Jian spent 50 yuan to buy 3 big balloons. Yang Wan was just about to ask him why he bought the balloons when she saw him raise his hand and tie the balloon to her arm. His actions really confused Yang Wan. "What are you doing?" Maybe it was because she looked so cute with 3 balloons, Jian couldn't help but smile. "It felt like there was a small brush in my heart, making it a little itchy." Even his tone was smiling. "This way, if you get lost, we can find you quickly." What does it mean to flirt with someone without realizing it? This is it. What a cute idea. Damn it. Today is another day where I envy others' beautiful love. I know Jian definitely didn't mean that, but this guy does have some flirting skills. Others buy 1 balloon, but he directly hangs 3. His main point is to be different. Yang Wan was bitter, but his heart was sweet. It's not that easy to get lost. In case. Jian brought Yang Wan to the map display board of the amusement park, his eyes moving quickly across the map, wondering where the clues might be. After a while, an idea came to his mind. Let's go to the pirate ship first. Chapter 26. If you are afraid, hold on to me. When it comes to completing the mission, Yang Wan had no objection to Jian's decision. The two followed the signs in the park and found the location of the pirate ship. Before I got close, I heard waves of screams rising and falling. Even standing below, you can see that some passengers have pale faces and their stomachs are probably churning. Jian and Yang Wan stood there for a while, then saw the pirate ship slowly stop. Once the door opened and the passengers got off, they soon discovered that nearly half of the people had shaking legs when they walked, and some even couldn't help vomiting. See here. Jian couldn't help but feel a little worried. The pirate ship was quite high, and he had to look for clues on it. It would definitely take more than just one ride to find them. This kind of dangerous project is actually not suitable for Yang Wan. After all, it was a 2-person task arranged by the program team, so Jian decided to ask Yang Wan's opinion first. "Yang Wan, are you afraid of heights?" "I'm not afraid of heights," Yang Wan explained. "I usually play some exciting sports. The height of a pirate ship is not as thrilling as bungee jumping." Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Jian explained the situation again, and only started to line up after hearing Yang Wan say that it was okay. Before boarding the pirate ship, Jian was still a little worried and said in a very gentle tone, "If you get scared later, just hold on to me, okay?" Yang Wan smiled lightly and said, "Okay, I'll remember that." According to the amusement park's safety manual, photographers cannot keep up with the pirate ship while carrying cameras. Faced with this problem, the program crew immediately arranged for a drone to continue filming in the air. However, because the distance was a bit far, the audience in the live broadcast room could only see what Jian said that made Yang Wan laugh. I really want to give the program team a bad review this time. Is there anyone who can read lips? My child really wants to know what they are saying. At this moment, I just want to be a current tourist. Although I don't know what it's talking about, I'm sure it's another little candy. Even if netizens didn't say anything, Jiang Cheng had already regretted it in his heart. Why on earth was he so desperate as to arrange the mission in the amusement park? There are still many projects that can only be shot remotely, which means that the program team will lose a lot of popularity. Shit, this was a bad move. Jian didn't know all this. He was walking in and scanning every row of seats, but there were too many customers so he couldn't see it all. How is it? As soon as he sat down, Jian looked at Yang Wan. "Yang Wan, I didn't find anything. It seems I can only try again later." As the machine started, the pirate ship began to move. At first, the speed was quite small, but slowly the amplitude began to increase and become higher, and screams sounded all around. Looking at the pair of hands with distinct bones on the armrest in front of him, Yang Wan's heart moved. Thinking of what Jian said before he came up, he couldn't help but put his hand on it. Before Jian could speak, he whispered to explain, "I feel a little dizzy." Jian didn't think much about it. He pulled his hand back and placed it on the back of Yang Wan's hand, wrapping her hand completely. Yang Wan was stunned, staring at the two people's clasped hands in a daze, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably again. The scorching heat in his palms seemed to melt her. Suddenly, a sweet smile appeared on her lips, and her beautiful facial features became particularly vivid. Jian did a great job. Today's sweetness is starting to exceed the limit. Big hands wrapped around small hands, I love it so much. After not seeing whether there were any clues on the pirate ship, Jian did not rush to line up after coming down, but looked at Yang Huan first. How about you wait for me down there? Knowing that he was worried about her because of what happened just now, Yang Huan lowered her eyes embarrassedly. At this moment, she was quite glad that Jian was innocent. Otherwise, if he knew that I did it on purpose, he would be really devastated. I can continue. Seeing that she insisted, Jian sighed, took her hand and boarded the pirate ship again, not letting go until the end. Fortunately, they were lucky this time because there was a piece of white paper pasted on the seats where they were sitting. The two sat on the bench to rest, their heads together looking at the contents of the note. Dragon. Yang Huan was puzzled. What does this mean? Jian didn't say anything, but stroked the note with his fingers, as if thinking about something. There are many dragon elements in the amusement park, and the program team will definitely not set the clues very simply, so those can be ruled out. Wouldn't that be it? Jian looked up at the roller coaster not far away, not quite sure. Let's go over and take a look first. Ask the photographer to take the balloon back, tie it to Yang Huan's arm again, and go to the roller coaster together. I've been searching for so long but haven't found any clues. Zheng Ying's little face was sunburned red, and she lay listlessly on the table, looking at the tourists passing by. Zhu Hao was also exhausted. I don't know where the production team put the clues. I searched all the way but didn't see anything, and was almost recognized by someone. Fortunately, the photographer reacted quickly and made up an excuse to get away with it. Do you think it might be hidden in some amusement ride? Zheng Ying's brain finally clicked. They had been looking in those shops along the way. Since it was not there, the most likely reason was that the program crew had placed it in the amusement projects. Because this can better hide clues among the people playing. Hearing this, Zhu Hao thought about it carefully and found that what she said made sense, so the two looked at each other and decided to go and take a look. Following this line of thought, I actually found a clue on the carousel. There were two bold words written on the white card. East. Zhu Hao and Jing Ying looked at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. After a while, Zhu Hao said, "Is it possible that this is what the east side means?" I don't think so. Why would the program crew arrange such a simple question? The two of them thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out what the east meant. Finally, they decided to walk to the east and see what the east meant. On the other side, Tangshan and Zhang Qianyu got off the pirate ship, looked at each other helplessly and shook their heads. They just found a clue on the bumper car. There was the word "sea" written on it, so when they saw this word, their first reaction was a pirate ship. Who would have thought that after sitting there 3 times, I still found nothing? It seems we were wrong. Seeing that she was sweating profusely, Zhang Qianyu took out a tissue and wiped her sweat. It's okay, let's go look somewhere else. Alas, my guess was correct, but I came a little late. The clue has been taken away. I feel sad for a second. I'm a little curious about what the final clues spell out. 3 cards have appeared now, but they seem to have nothing to do with each other. You look around, I can go up by myself. On the roller coaster, Jian refused to let Yang Huan go with him no matter what, mainly because he guessed the clue might not be on it. Instead of both of them wasting time there, it would be better to split up and look for it. Yang Huan uttered, "Oh," in a muffled voice and was about to leave, but just as he turned around, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Jian hooked the string of the balloon with his slender fingers and said lazily, "Teacher Yang, please don't lose the balloon." Chapter 27 A Sudden Hug. What if I lose it? Yang Huan couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but he didn't expect that he would actually say what he was thinking out loud. Jian blinked in confusion. If he lost the balloon, he would naturally go buy another one. He would definitely not be able to find the original balloon. Noticing that Yang Huan was not in a very good mood, Jian did not say anything directly. Instead, he spread his hands in a joking manner. If you lose Teacher Yang, just stand there and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to find you. In fact, Yang Huan wanted to ask what would happen if he can't find it, but he felt that it was inappropriate to ask this question now. His lips moved but he said nothing. Looking at her back, Jian scratched his head in confusion, thinking back to what he had just said. Did he say something wrong? Why do I feel that Yang Huan is a little unhappy? Seeing his confused look, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast were extremely happy. Aren't you usually quite clever? Why are you so clever when it comes to me? Actually, there is nothing wrong with what Jian said, the key is that this is not what Yang Huan wants to hear. Stop talking, the point is that Jian Scheller hasn't gotten the hang of it yet, the key is that he's still teasing people. To be honest, if it were me, I would also be impressed by his gentleness. Because he was thinking about something, after riding the roller coaster, the first thing Jian did was to look for Yang Huan. When he passed by a milk tea shop, he stopped. Would you like to buy a cup? Jian looked at the menu and said to the waiter, hello, a cup of strawberry daifuku, less sugar, less ice, thank you. After a while, Jian was searching around for Yang Huan with a cup of milk tea in hand. When his sight caught the figure at the corner, he didn't even notice that the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and even his pace quickened a lot. Jian, I found a new clue. As soon as Yang Huan saw him, he happily took out the card he had found, looking forward to being praised. This time Jian did not disappoint her, and handed over the things in his hand with appreciation. Teacher Yang, you did a good job. I will reward you with a cup of milk tea. I really think that others are here to complete tasks, and these two are here to give out sweets. Not bad, knows how to coax people. The way Yang Huan asks for praise is just like the way my girlfriend acts like a spoiled child to me. These two really seem to be in love. In fact, the moment she saw Jian, Yang Huan felt relieved. She couldn't let such an unintelligent person understand a girl's little thoughts. Even if he really took good care of her, she knew it was different. The two found a place to sit down and looked at the clues on the cards together. There are dragons and flowers. Can't the program planners come up with any good ideas? Jian complained bluntly. Until now, no one knows what the so-called heart-beating treasure box is. He has reason to suspect that the program team is painting a rosy picture for the guests in order to increase the interaction between the male and female guests. Otherwise, who can understand such a broken clue? Yang Huan, why don't we go somewhere else first to see if we can find any new clues? The project next to the roller coaster is the haunted house. Jian and Yang Huan walked in without any hesitation. As soon as she entered, she felt a cool breeze. Yang Huan was wearing a skirt, but her calves felt a little cold. His body involuntarily leaned towards Jian. Sensing her movement, Jian lowered his head. What's wrong? It's okay, I just feel safer being closer to you. Hearing this, Jian hesitated slightly, then put his hand on her wrist, slowly pulled it up, and continued to move forward. Suddenly, the sinister smile suddenly echoed around. A white figure suddenly rushed out from the side, making strange noises from his mouth. Yang Huan was caught off guard and was startled by the sudden figure. He subconsciously hugged Jian and buried his head in his arms. Jian was not frightened by the figure, but was surprised by Yang Huan's sudden action. It happened quite suddenly. If his old man knew about this, he would be so happy. Yang Huan, the ghost has left. Jian poked Yang Huan's shoulder with his finger, indicating that she could get up. Hearing their voice above his head, Yang Huan came back to his senses and found himself in Jian's arms. The most important thing is that her hands were still tightly holding the other person's waist. Finished. How to explain this? I wonder if Jian thinks she did it on purpose. After all, she didn't object when she came in. For a moment, Yang Huan's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, but his body moved quickly. He took his hands away from Jian's waist and moved 2 steps to the side. I can explain. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. Teacher Yang seems very nervous. Seeing her like this, Jian couldn't help laughing. I didn't say you took advantage of me. It is undeniable that his heartbeat was a little strange just now. It seems to be jumping faster than usual. In the end, Jian attributed this feeling to being frightened. What is taking advantage? What happened when we couldn't see it? Why is there no night vision camera? I really want to see how it works. The progress bar is so fast all of a sudden. After this little episode, the atmosphere between Lu Jian and Yang Huan became a little weird, and their eyes would always fall on each other from time to time. But no one spoke first to break the silence. Just as they were about to reach the exit, Jian noticed something and pulled Yang Huan to his side. Wait, there seems to be a clue. He walked forward and squatted, and sure enough, he found a card behind the railing. However, it was too dark in the haunted house and I couldn't see clearly what was written on it, so I had to put it in my pocket and look at it carefully when I got out. After leaving the haunted house, the two looked at the third clue card in their hands. It is the young man. What the hell is this? Not only were the two of them confused, but netizens were also bewildered. I can only say that the program crew is very talented when it comes to dogs. TSK. Suddenly, Jian laughed out loud. He had figured out what this meant. Now I think the three clues are not far apart, and after solving them, you will find that each clue points to a clear direction. Did you guess it? Jian nodded. Our cards together actually form a riddle. The dragon points to the roller coaster, and the flower clue must be combined with the haunted house clue. The final answer to the riddle is a boy who is as beautiful as a flower. We just need to find this boy. Yang Wan thought about his words in his mind, and suddenly he understood. No wonder he didn't know the direction of the flower. So that's it. So actually the first dragon clue has two meanings. Besides being a roller coaster, the person we are looking for is nearby. That's right. Jian and Yang Wan smiled at each other and started walking back. They figured out what was going on, but the audience just thought the CPU was dead. If anyone understands, please explain it to your child. I feel like my thinking can't keep up with the pace. It's actually quite simple. The program team separated the riddles and placed them in different places. Jian and Yang Wan are now going to find the answer. I understand a little bit. Chapter 28. Am I pretty? Although Jian deciphered the clues on the card, finding a teenager near a roller coaster was not an easy task at all. Not to mention that the number of people in the amusement park today is twice as much as usual, there is a long queue in front of the roller coaster alone. How do I find this? Yang Wan looked at the crowd in front of him and felt a headache. He couldn't just go up and ask everyone one by one. So when will we find it? Jian said nothing. He quickly scanned the crowd and turned over the three clues in his mind, trying to find the answer. He is a young man who is like a flower. Is it possible that this flower has another meaning? Once this idea comes up, there is no way to take it back. Yang Wan, what do you think is the probability that the production team will put something on the tourists? Yang Wan stared, and immediately realized what he meant. In fact, we only need to focus on those workers. Yes, I have just observed those people, and the only one who meets all the clues is Mr. Clown. Looking in the direction of Jian's finger, I saw a staff member in a clown costume selling woven balloons. The shape of the balloon was exactly that of a flower. And there are too many flower-related elements on his clown costume. After confirming the answer, Jian and Yang Wan went forward to find Mr. Clown, and indeed obtained a key and a clue to the treasure chest from him. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Yang Wan held the key and said with a smile, Teacher Jian, has anyone ever told me that you look pretty handsome when you solve problems? At least she really thought so. Jian was speechless for a moment, but after noticing the cunning in her eyes, he chuckled and shook his head. He could still make jokes now. But Yang Wan is much better now than when we first met. Jian raised his hand and touched his face, pretending to be surprised. So you're only handsome when you're solving problems? I thought you were always handsome. The funny words made Yang Wan laugh like a silver bell, which lasted for a long time. Jian Online teaches you how to make girls happy. To be honest, the corners of my mouth have never been lowered. In fact, Yang Wan has changed a lot. It can be seen that she is really happy with Jian. I finally understand why Tangshan and Jingying both want Jian. Following the clues they got from Mr. Clown, the two quickly found the location of the treasure chest. Coincidentally, the two of them had just obtained the third clue from here not long ago. That's right, Jian and Yang Wan returned to their haunted house, searched inside for a while, and came out from the exit again holding a small box. Open the box and a red velvet box appears in front of the camera. Ring. Will the program crew really spend so much money? The program team is the best at playing. Compared with netizens' speculations, Jian was more inclined to believe that the thing inside should be a necklace. He took out the small box, opened it, and a look of, as expected, flashed in his eyes. A silver-white necklace lay quietly in the box. The blue pendant was in the shape of a water drop and looked like a tear. Do you like it? Jian looked at Yang Wan, wondering if she didn't like it, then see if she could switch with the other two groups later. Anyway, the program team didn't stipulate that the things in the heartthrob treasure chest cannot be exchanged. But this will be a little troublesome. Yes, Yang Wan nodded heavily and turned around. Can you trouble teacher Jian to help me put it on? Originally, Jian thought that if Yang Wan liked it, he would just give it to her directly. But now when he heard that he was asked to help her put it on, he suddenly didn't know how to start. His fingertips stroked the box, his expression somewhat conflicted. Yang Wan waited for a while but saw no movement from him, so he called out in confusion, Jianla. Immediately, Jianla picked up the necklace, approached Yang Wan, and lowered his head to put it on her. The warm breath sprayed on Yang Wan's neck, making him feel a little itchy, and his cheeks instantly turned red. All right. After putting on the necklace, Jianla took 2 steps back and twisted the hands behind her back unconsciously, as if the residual warmth from the touch just now still remained on the back of her hands. Yang Wan didn't notice his little move. He looked down at the necklace on his neck and tilted his head to smile at Jianla. Does it look good? Facing her bright smile, Jianla's heartbeat suddenly quickened and he looked away awkwardly. It looks nice, let's go. Har ha har har, a certain innocent sheller is shy again. Look, he ran away nervously. The scene just now has been screenshot, the atmosphere is really great. No matter how noisy it is, I only have eyes for you. Staring at his fleeing back, Yang Wan chuckled with his hands covering his lips. Shy teacher Jane always makes people feel extra cute. Half an hour later, Tangshan and Zhang Qianyu returned to the car with exhausted looks, only to find that someone had already returned. When did you come back? Zhang Qianyu took a sip of water and asked curiously. He thought that he and Tangshan would be the first to complete the task. Jianla, not long after, what did you find? It would be fine if I didn't mention this, but as soon as I mentioned Zhang Qianyu, I felt my legs starting to go weak again. Not long ago, he and Tangshan started queuing up frantically for the attractions in order to find clues to the mission, including the pendulum and the elevator. Not only did he get nothing in the end, but now he is a little nervous when he sees these things. If they hadn't thought about putting the clues together, he and Tangshan wouldn't know when they would find the answer. Thinking of this, Zhang Qianyu sighed, it's all tears if I talk too much. Seeing this, Jianla gave face and stopped asking questions, turning his head to look out the window. In the back row, Tangshan lowered her voice and asked, Sister Yang Wan, how did you find the treasure chest? Anyway, the show will be broadcast in the end, so Yang Wan did not hide anything and told the whole process calmly. This caused Tangshan to look at the necklace on her neck with envy. Not long after, Jingying and Zhu Hao also came back, and their situation was not much better than Tangshan and Zhang Qianyu. They were all crazy projects, the difference was that Zhu Hao was the one who played the exciting projects, while Jingying was only responsible for searching around. So as soon as they returned to the villa, several people ran to the sofa at the same time and didn't want to do anything anymore. Congratulations to everyone for finding the perfect treasure chest for their partner. Jian Cheng and the staff carrying things came in. This is the lunch prepared by the program team. After lunch, you can use your time freely in the afternoon. Thank you so much. Jianla rolled his eyes in an inelegant manner. Be careful or someone will put you in a sack. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Jiang Cheng gave him a subtle look and left with the staff. After dinner, they discussed and decided to go back to their rooms to rest first. As for the afternoon matters, it would not be too late to talk about them after they woke up. As soon as Jianla returned to his room, he took out his cell phone and saw that Jiang Cheng had sent him a message on WeChat. Someone contacted me and wanted to buy the lyrics and music of the song you sang in the first episode. Chapter 29, The Only Listener. This was the first time since he came here that someone came to him to buy lyrics and music. Jianla narrowed his eyes and typed a word on the screen, who. As soon as the message was sent, Jiang Cheng sent a reply, which showed that he was holding the phone the whole time. The people from Tianhua Entertainment asked for a very high price. It's Tianhua Entertainment again. They really want to turn back until they hit the wall. Jianla thought that since he had been rejected twice in a row, Tianhua Entertainment would not target him again. However, he did not expect that they would stop targeting him and start targeting him for lyrics and music. It was really the white snake who drank the Realgar wine and her true form was revealed. Not for sale. Are you sure you don't want to consider it anymore? I want to sell the lyrics or music. Although he loves money, he doesn't have to earn all the money. Besides, doesn't he look like a fool? Instead of selling the songs to others, he might as well sing them himself. He will definitely make more money than selling the songs. Jian did not reply to Jiang Cheng's message later. Instead, he stared at his golden finger reward in a daze. In fact, it seemed that he could sing it himself. Maybe he could think carefully about what to do next. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Jian woke up again. As soon as he opened the room, he heard faint singing coming from upstairs. He immediately turned around and walked upstairs. When he arrived at the practice room, he was not in a hurry to go in. He leaned lazily against the door, quietly listening to the people inside singing. Compared to the loneliness in Yang Wan's voice in the first episode, this time it is obviously much better, just like a ray of light suddenly appeared in the darkness, adding a little warmth. Jian didn't clap until the sound in the room stopped. The sudden applause made Yang Wan look up, and he realized that Jian had come in at some point and was standing by the door looking at him. "Did I wake you up?" Yang Wan explained embarrassedly, "Because everyone else went out to play, I wanted to practice my voice." "No, I came up after I woke up and heard the noise." Jian walked into the room without looking around, but found a seat and sat down. "Was that a new song you just sang?" Because there were no cameras in the room, Jian dared to ask openly. The reason for this speculation is that after the first episode ended, he listened to all of Yang Wan's songs and found that there was no such song in them. "Well, I just finished writing it, and some parts are not perfect yet." Yang Wan thought there was no need to hide the new song from Jian, and even handed him the music score he had prepared. Jian looked at the thing in front of him but didn't take it. He looked at what Yang Wan meant. "Yang Wan, I want you to help me see if there is anything that needs improvement." She always felt that there was something missing from this song. Let him give his opinion. If Yang Wan hadn't looked serious, he would have suspected that he had heard it wrong. Otherwise, why would I ask him, who knows nothing about music, for advice? But he had already sung an original song before, and if he told Yang Wan now that he didn't understand music, I'm afraid Yang Wan wouldn't believe it. There was no choice but for Jian to take the music score and read it carefully. You know what, he actually found some problems. Looking at the lyrics and music, are you planning to change your singing style? Otherwise, according to Yang Wan's previous songs, there would definitely not be lyrics like "growing towards the sun." Yes, the previous songs were too lonely, now. Having said this, Yang Wan paused for a second, his eyes swept over Jian without leaving a trace, and he said softly in his heart. "Now that I have a ray of light, I hope I won't be so lonely." I don't know why she stopped talking halfway, but Jian still gave her a serious suggestion. "Actually, changing your style is not something that can be done overnight. There is nothing wrong with your singing skills, but the lyrics of this song are indeed a little worse than your previous songs." He did have a song that was very suitable for her voice. "But even if it is suitable, I cannot give it to you." Tianhua Entertainment has not yet responded to the information revealed by Yang Wan last time. If Yang Wan does not terminate the contract later, this company will only become more aggressive. Sometimes good intentions can lead to bad results. After listening to Jian's words, it was impossible not to feel disappointed, but I also knew that he was doing it for my own good. Just as he said, nothing can be achieved overnight. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Teacher Jian. Seeing her like this, Jian realized that he had hit her hard. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his eyebrows, and an idea formed in his mind. He patted Yang Wan's head with his big hand and said, "Teacher Yang, are you interested in listening to my song? You are the only audience for this song." "The only audience?" Yang Wan's eyes lit up. "I'm interested." Jian was amused by her behavior and went to the next room to get the guitar. He had not used up the 1-hour guitar playing time last time, so now he could continue. After adjusting his sitting position, a low and hoarse voice flowed out of his lips. "I came to your city, walked the same path you took, and imagined how lonely you would be without me. Would you suddenly show up at the coffee shop on the corner? I will smile, wave and say hello, and sit and chat with you." Seeing Jian singing to her attentively and seriously, Yang Wan suddenly felt her eyes a little sore. She could tell that this song was probably written for a couple who had just broken up. But she couldn't help but put herself in the situation. If Jian wasn't there, she would probably still be very lonely. Yang Wan felt bitter but also sweet in her heart, because this was a song sung for her alone. The song continues, "How I wish to meet you, to see how you have changed recently, to no longer talk about the past, but just to greet you, to say, just one sentence, long time no see. Downstairs, Tangshan and the others came back and heard an unfamiliar song. Hey, someone is singing, is it Jianla? What, singing? Jian Cheng heard these words as soon as he entered the control room, and his face immediately darkened. Wasn't that brat sleeping? When did he get up and go to the third floor? The key point is that the camera hasn't captured him yet. Jian Cheng quickly arranged for a photographer to follow Tangshan and the others upstairs, but unfortunately, they only had time to hear long time no see and then nothing else. What do you mean by long time no see? Is this a new song? Does Jinler have no creative bottleneck? New songs come out as soon as they come. I didn't hear it, it doesn't count this time. What's wrong with the director team? Haven't they learned their lesson yet? Don't they know to install cameras on the third floor? How do you feel? Jianle didn't pay any attention to the others, but turned his head to ask Yang Huan. Yang Huan, it sounds good. Suddenly I have a new idea. Wait. Is this what I understand? This song is sung by Jianle for Yang Huan. Fuck, I would have cried to death if I hadn't heard it. These two people actually interacted secretly behind our backs, they are so inhumane. Jianle, can you sing that song again? Chapter 30 Yang Huan Maintenance. Xiaoying's suggestion is good. At the door of the room, everyone looked at Jianle with anticipation, and they really wanted to listen to it again. Just based on the ending line they just heard, they were sure that this was another song that was not inferior to the previous two. Thinking of the previous songs, the guests couldn't help but feel sad. As a guest, why does Jianle seem to have no creative bottleneck? One original song after another, and the quality is quite high. Haven't you seen that every day under the official blog there are netizens clamoring to listen to the full version of the song? However, they were ultimately disappointed. We'll talk about it later. Jianle put down the guitar and walked out, saying, I'm a little hungry. I need to eat something. Everyone present was not a fool. They knew that Jianle was just trying to fool them, but they couldn't say anything. If others don't want to sing, you can't force them to sing. No one noticed the little glimmer of joy that flashed across Yang Huan's eyes when Jianle refused. She seemed to be favored. As soon as he got downstairs, Jianle suddenly turned around and asked, who's cooking today? After he mentioned this, the guests realized that they had agreed yesterday to divide into groups and take turns cooking. But because of the program crew's occasional arrangements, they put this matter behind them. Zhu Hao said awkwardly, Xiaoying and I, but we don't know how to do it very well. Hearing this, Jianle stared at the two of them with his dark eyes for a moment, then said calmly, you can learn. The program recording time is still long, and you will eventually learn it. Just like everyone has to learn to grow up. His refusal was obvious. Zhu Hao and Jing Ying looked at each other, sighed, and walked into the kitchen with bitter faces. After a while, crackling sounds were heard from the kitchen. Xiaoying, be careful when you cut the vegetables. Don't get any dirt on your hands. I understand. Be careful not to spill the oil. The conversation between the two spread from the kitchen into the living room, attracting several people's attention. Well, Jianle, are you really not going to go and help? Tangshan looked towards the kitchen and had a bad feeling. I'm afraid today's dinner will be hard to swallow. She really didn't want to go hungry. Seeing that Jianle didn't say anything, Zhang Qianyu also echoed Tangshan's words, hoping that he could go over and help. Why don't you go? Yang Huan couldn't stand it anymore. They had clearly agreed on the division of labor. If Jianle helped Zhu Hao and Jingying today, he would have to help them next time. It is said that if there is one, there will be two. After helping each other, in the end it was Jianle who cooked for her. Zhang Qianyu smiled awkwardly, the main thing is that we don't know how to do it either. You can go in and study together. Jianle suddenly said, I don't know how to cook, but simple noodles should be fine, right? Now Tangshan and Zhang Qianyu stopped talking, and the atmosphere in the living room gradually became awkward. I support Jianle this time. We are all here to fall in love. No one has to pamper anyone else. In fact, if you follow the instructional video, there is no problem in simply stir-frying too. No, as a guest, shouldn't Jianle go and help? If it were me, I would probably have the same attitude as Jianle. Half an hour later, several people looked at the dishes on the table and looked at each other, but no one picked up their chopsticks first. Seeing this, Zheng Ying explained, we both tried our best, but don't worry, it may not look very good, but it tastes okay. Yes, Xiaoying and I have tried it, and it is edible. After both of them said this, the guests picked up their chopsticks and started eating. It tasted just as they said. I just don't know why the appearance of this is so, well, it's hard to put it into words. As soon as I finished eating, a staff member handed me a task card. Jian took the card and read out the content: all guests, please go to the central stadium. The stadium? Why are you going there so late at night? The guests arrived at their destination in a confused manner, and before they even entered, they heard deafening music and cheers inside. The footsteps stopped suddenly. Is there any event at the gym today? Jingying took out her phone and looked at it. It seems like there's some music festival going on. Everyone. Music festival. So what are they here for? Before he could think clearly, Jiang Cheng came over from not far away with a smile on his face. Now the guests have learned their lesson. Whenever Jiang Cheng shows this kind of smile, it is definitely not a good thing. As expected. Jiang Cheng said, tonight's mission is to participate in the music festival. You can form a team freely. There is only one goal, to make the whole audience excited. As soon as the words fell, Jian raised his lips and said, Director, participating in the music festival is another program. In a word, you have to pay extra. The implication is that if you don't pay extra, then there's no deal. Money, 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 and more money. Can't this brat do it for free this time? Fortunately, the organizers of the music festival will give them appearance fees. Jiang Cheng's eyebrows twitched, and he controlled himself not to slap him. He gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, I will give this to you together with the reward. So I can watch the show for free again. Wow, I can watch a dating show and attend a music festival online. The whole audience was excited, and suddenly they started to look forward to it. Are you guys forming a team, or what? Backstage, Zhu Hao changed into the clothes prepared by the production team and looked at others inquiringly. Zhang Qianyu touched his nose and said, let's form a team. I can go with you or Xiaoyan. What about you? Tangshan, I can do anything. Yang Wan glanced at Jianla. In fact, he really wanted to team up with him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard his deep voice. You guys form a team, I'll perform solo. The main reason is that he hasn't even listened to many songs in this world, so if he forms a team he will just end up in vain. What's more, the instrument he is going to perform is not enough to match the ordinary songs. Jianla didn't notice that after he finished speaking, the smile on Yang Wan's face faded a little. Hiding the emotions in his eyes, Yang Wan said, I want to be alone too. In the end, except for Yang Wan and Jianla who performed alone, the other four guests formed pairs. Their idea was simple. Since Zhang Qianyu and Tangshan were not very good at music, they might as well form a group of 4. Otherwise, if we work in groups of 2, we might not be able to make the place popular. After deciding on the order of performance, several people waited quietly backstage. But even backstage, you can hear the audience cheering, so you can imagine how lively it is outside. Soon it was Tangshan and her group's turn. Jianla and Yang Huan also passed through the staff passage and came to the vicinity of the stage. Only then did they see that the entire stadium was basically full of spectators. No wonder it's so loud. Jianla. While the program crew's camera couldn't capture this area, Yang Huan tugged at Jianla's sleeve with his fingers. Jianla tilted his head, what's wrong? You? Yang Huan lowered his head, trembling with his lips, and asked what was in his heart, why didn't you team up with me just now? We both have different styles. After Jianla finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. It's not that it's bad, but I'm afraid it will affect Teacher Yang's normal performance. Chapter 31 Swoner version of Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. I'm not afraid of your influence. Yang Wan knew in his heart that he was just saying this to coax himself. Given his level, there was no way it could have any impact. But there is one thing that Jianla said that is indeed correct, the style of my songs is different from his style. This is the bad thing about forming a team. When the styles are different, there will be disagreements in the choice of songs. They are different from Jingying and Zhu Hao. One of them is a singing and dancing artist, and the other is a musician. They can cooperate well with each other, and Tangshan and Zhang Qianyu just need to follow. Now, please welcome the guests of our variety show, Heart Beating Lover. At this time, their host's voice sounded, they are Jingying, Tangshan, Zhang Qianyu, and Zhu Hao. As soon as their host finished speaking, the audience below instantly went wild, screaming one after another and waving the fluorescent boards in their hands. Many of the audience present are loyal fans of Heart-Beating Lover. They were originally disappointed that they could not watch the live show when they came to the music festival today, but they did not expect that the program team would arrange an unexpected surprise. It really is a cross-program linkage. As the background music sounded, intense electronic music spread throughout the venue. As soon as Zhu Hao opened his mouth, people couldn't help but shake to the music. Following closely behind is Jingying's voice, one hard and one soft, which complement each other very well. Zhang Qianyu and Tangshan's voices also joined in midway, which was something they had discussed before going on stage. A rock-style song made the audience dance along, and even started a chorus at the end. I couldn't help but hum along while watching the live stream at home. It's really fun to play rock music at a music festival. It makes me want to go to the scene. If I had known the production team would go, I would have grabbed a ticket. Jingying and Zhu Hao are really good at music, but what surprised me is that Zhang Qianyu and Tangshan are so stable. The atmosphere was indeed very tense. The typhoon is pretty stable. Jian looked at the four people singing on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. They are worthy of being people who make a living in the entertainment industry. They don't look nervous at all. He thought about it and wondered if he was going to perform in front of so many people, would he really be able to remain calm as usual? Yang Wan hummed in agreement and tilted his head curiously. What will you perform later? Jian blinked at her and said two words mysteriously, secret. After he said this, Yang Wan became even more curious and began to look forward to it. As they spoke, the performance on stage was about to end. As the last line of lyrics was sung, the performance of the four-member group on stage came to a perfect end. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the host. Do you have anything you want to say to everyone? The four of them looked at each other and handed the microphone to the generous Tangshan. Tangshan took the microphone and said with a smile, do you think it will explode? Audience, explode. Is it burning? Burn. Since you feel so excited, then we should have a good time tonight. What do you think? Good. After Tangshan finished speaking, she returned the microphone to their host, and the four of them left the stage together. The host interacted with the audience for a few words before saying, now let's welcome our treasure singer Yang Wan. When the familiar prelude sounded, Yang Wan's low voice slowly spread from the microphone. At the beginning, the chorus below was quite small, but it gradually became louder later. Jian looked at Yang Wan, who was singing seriously on the stage, with a tenderness in his eyes that he had never noticed before. The stage is more suitable for her. Watching Yang Wan singing on the stage and the audience singing along and waving glow sticks, Jian suddenly thought of a sentence. You shine on the stage, and I shine for you in the crowd. At this time, in order to create a better effect, the program crew deliberately moved the camera to the edge of the stage, just in time to record Jian's focused look. He was watching very seriously. This time you are the singer and I am the audience. Although there is no interaction, why do I feel it is a bit sweet? When these two can work together, I think it will definitely drive the audience crazy. Yang Wan's song Loneliness came to a perfect end with the chorus of the audience. In order to get Jian on stage quickly, she even left the stage with the microphone in her hand, not giving the host any chance at all. Next, please welcome our recently popular Jian. The words fell. Jian's slender figure walked onto the stage. He went straight to the instrument team and whispered something to them. Seeing him like this, Jiang Cheng suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. When I saw clearly what kind of instrument Jian was holding when he returned to the center of the stage, the bad feeling became even worse. Not only Jiang Cheng, but even the guests thought that Jian was going to cause trouble. I don't have much to perform, so I'll just play a song for you. As Jian spoke, he put the swanner in his hand into his mouth. As the first sound appeared, everyone was startled. A smile flashed in Jian's eyes. You know, the swanner version of 800 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix has always been regarded as a classic. Apart from the immersive feeling, this piece of music is also very difficult. Jian was playing the music with such ecstasy that the audience had already stood up and were extremely excited. No one expected that Jian would perform the swanner. The key point was that not only had no one heard of the song, it also gave everyone goosebumps. Especially the parts in the middle, they are so touching. Fuck. I feel like my head is about to fall off. Don't say anything, just one word, awesome. Wow, the scene is like a disco. It turned out to be a swoner. To be honest, when I was a kid, I knew it was time for a feast when I heard this sound. Jian, he. Zhang Qianyu swallowed and said, "It's really awesome." Everyone was singing pop songs, but he played the swoner and got the whole audience excited. Now I finally understand why when the swoner comes on stage, people either ascend to heaven or get married. Yang Huan was also staring at the stage blankly. No wonder Jian said that the styles were different. Indeed, his songs and swoner could not be coordinated together. Jiang Cheng looked at the large disco scene and felt a headache coming on. He wanted to rock the place, but not this kind of thing. After playing the last note, Jian put down the swoner with some reluctance. It would be great if he could draw a permanent swoner later. He also knows a lot of swoner masterpieces, each of which can excite the whole audience. Thank you Jian for the wonderful performance. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked onto the stage. He has hosted so many music festivals, but this is the first time someone has played the swoner live, which is quite fresh. On their way back, the car was extremely quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian, but no one said anything. Just say what you want to say. Jian couldn't stand being stared at, and said helplessly, "I'll consider answering." "Ju Hao, what was the song you just played?" "100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix." When they heard the name, it suddenly dawned on everyone. No wonder they felt like they heard the sound of birds. Your original work. Chapter 32, Jian Half-Baked. When Jian admitted it, he felt a little ashamed. No one had ever asked him whether he wrote those songs before. Everyone had preconceived ideas and thought that they were created by him. This is the first time I answered this kind of question in person. How should I put it? The feeling is very subtle. Hiss. After hearing his answer, several guests took a deep breath and their eyes turned complicated when they looked at Jian. After a while, Ju Hao sounded particularly vicissitudes of life when he spoke. Let's just say, aren't you really tired of learning so many things? As a musician, I usually have to focus all my energy on writing lyrics and composing music. Even so, I still feel that I don't have enough energy and have no time to learn other things. And it's not just him, I'm sure other people in the car have the same feeling. It's okay. Jian answered vaguely. After all, these skills don't really need to be learned. Usually it only takes 1 or 2 minutes at most to open a blind box skill. So I really don't feel tired. It's okay to say it well. When can I be so pretentious? If I were a guest, I would want to beat someone up. Jian is serious about stirring up hatred. After Jian said this, several people felt even more uncomfortable, except Yang Huan, who sat quietly on the side with a smile in his clear eyes. He probably doesn't realize how Versailles his words are. Jian. Suddenly, Tangshan called out, "Can you teach me how to play guitar later?" Is this sister so brave? Don't say you can't hear the invitation in the words. I feel the atmosphere in the car gradually becoming tense. Facing everyone's gazes, Tangshan turned a blind eye and just stared at Jian with her pair of dark eyes. Seeing this, Yang Huan's heart tightened. He lowered his eyes to hide the emotions in his eyes, and his hands on both sides curled up slightly. Fortunately, no one noticed her actions. Let me teach. The corner of Jian's mouth twitched slightly, and he refused calmly, I think it would be better for you to find a professional teacher to teach you. He is at best a dabbler, so it's better not to mislead the young people. The meaning of Jian's words was very clear. If Tangshan went any closer, she would only be asking for trouble. She hummed awkwardly and shifted her gaze to the window. Her clenched fingers highlighted her inner uneasiness at the moment. Zheng Ying was sitting next to her, and seeing her expression, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. If she were to say how much Tangshan was attracted to Jian, it would probably be too much to say. If Jian didn't attract a lot of attention, she was sure Tangshan wouldn't approach him. After all, she had thought about it before. Compared to them, Yang Huan's tense heart relaxed. He spread out his hands and found that his palms were already a little wet. The recording of the second episode has now been successfully completed. Before leaving, please write down on a piece of paper where you most want to go for the third episode. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, a staff member immediately handed over a pen and paper. After the 6 people finished writing, they took the notes and left without looking back. Jian shrugged and went upstairs to his room to rest. It was too late at night and he was too lazy to clean up. He could still do it tomorrow. After taking a shower, I just lay down on the bed and found an extra text message on my phone. Jian, do you want to go together tomorrow? As soon as he saw the content, Jian knew who posted it, but let's go together. Considering Yang Huan's current popularity, there will definitely be paparazzi lurking near the villa tomorrow. If I go with her, who knows what will be spread? She has just been cleared of all charges, don't let her be tarnished again because of the media's groundless accusations. Jian thought about it and politely declined the suggestion to go together. Teacher Yang, please leave first. I have something else to do. He has to go to Jiang Cheng's house. Yang Huan was very excited when he heard the sound of the text message, but after reading the content, the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. The joy in my heart from receiving the reply also disappeared. Early in the morning, Yang Huan was followed by paparazzi as soon as she went out. When she saw the car behind her in the rearview mirror, she instantly understood why Jian refused to go with her. It's not because they might be photographed by paparazzi, but because they might be spread all over the internet. It turns out he had thought of it a long time ago. Yang Huan clenched his phone tightly, and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. She wants to see Jian. At this time, Jian was driving towards the residential area where Jiang Cheng lived. Jiang Cheng sent him a WeChat message last night, asking him to go to his house after leaving Shindong Villa, saying that he wanted to discuss something. Looking at the scenery outside the window rapidly receding, Jian was lost in thought. What on earth could not be discussed on WeChat that had to be discussed in person? Soon, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the community. Jian scanned the code to pay and walked in dragging the suitcase. As soon as I reached the door and raised my hand to ring the doorbell, the door was opened by Jiang Cheng, as if they had telepathy. Smelly boy, come in quickly. Jiang Cheng asked Jian to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea, which made Jian feel that something was not right. As his father's good brother, Jian knew Jiang Cheng's character very well. He would never be so attentive to him. Therefore, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Although he said that, Jian really picked up the tea and drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation. Uncle Jiang, you didn't ask me to come here just to drink tea, did you? Jiang Cheng put down his teacup and rubbed his hands. Stinky boy, have you ever thought about changing the female guest for the next episode? The words fell. What else did Jian not understand? Someone is looking for you. It is not a question but a statement. Jiang Cheng nodded, and without hiding anything, he told the whole story. After the first episode, Tangshin's agent came to me and asked me to let you team up with Tangshin in the second episode. I didn't agree at the time, but after the show ended yesterday, I received another call from her. Jiang Cheng didn't need to say the rest, but Jian understood. Although he was not in the entertainment industry, he knew a lot about things like capital intervention and replacement of people. I still remember that there was a variety show in my previous life where the female guest was chased and scolded by the male S-fans for a long time because the production team forced her to be tied up. I won't change. Jian said calmly, Uncle Jiang, you also know why I am on this show. When Jiang Cheng heard this, he began to laugh dryly, his eyes wandering around but not looking at Jian. He would never admit that he had planned this for a long time. But suddenly, Jiang Cheng seemed to think of something and asked curiously, tell me the truth, you are not really in love with Yang Huan, are you? Although she is very pretty and has outstanding abilities. I think you and my dad are really good brothers. Just as weird. Jian interrupted him, stood up, and said to him with a smile, Uncle Jiang, if you have time to be curious about my emotional state, you might as well be concerned about how to explain to Aunt Jiang that you cheated me. Jiang Cheng's smile froze, are you complaining again? Seeing his reaction, Jian said happily, I am just stating the facts and embellishing them a little bit. Then he opened the door and left. He didn't care at all about Jiang Cheng's angry look.